is all about interest. Now about growth, it depends on your your individual effort. Yourself, you have to put an effort, but that the government is going to employ you nini na nini. Hata ukiangalia many people are employed by the nini inaitwaje, private sector, not the government. So the government creates a good environment, private investors come on board, they come up with the industries, blah blah and all that one, so that we get jobs. Not all of, some of us tangu since we always work on in private sectors, you know, sio kwa government. We have applied lakini government itawahi kuchukua. So let people not wasiweke blame kwa Raila Odinga. Yani kila mtu wako like Raila Odinga has made us poor. Raila Odinga, no, himself to be even where he is, he has put an effort like for him to be where he is, you know. If for example being on opposition, unajua nimeona and this thing is very interesting. I have seen my friends.
The Maranga, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You actually mentioned that Gravin Ebu Nyamaza.
Okay, malizia. Nataka kusema kitu kuhusu.
Maranga, you have actually said that development depends on individual or rather personal thing. Let's say, for example, you are a doctor.
Yes.
Whether somebody is a teacher somewhere or rather whichever occupation somebody is owning.
Yeah.
You know, me personally, my task as a citizen who is working is to pay tax. That's your portion. And any other investment that you can do is for your own benefit and to develop everything that to do with the personal issue. It is the tax for a politician to ensure that development is taking place. So niambie, mimi ni daktari nalipa ushuru. Mimi ndio niende nijenge barabara kwetu ama kwa eneo yetu. Haya, mimi niseme mimi ni mwalimu, nalipa ushuru. Sasa ni jukumu langu kuhakikisha kuna madawa hospitali. Haya, nikuulize tena. Mimi ni mwananchi, nalipa ushuru kwa kazi nafanya. Tena ni kazi yangu kuhakikisha shule, the subsidy that is in school or rather the fee payment to levelize everything that the government partakes to do. Ni mimi nafaa nifanye kama mwananchi. Umesema the development, it depends with the personal thing. My friend, let's not mistake things. Let's just be realistic. Kuna zile ambazo zinafaa zifanyike na zifanywe na our politicians. They have got responsibility they are supposed to partake. It is not we citizens that are supposed to be ensuring all this. Our task is to pay taxes. Hiyo ndio tunafaa tufanye. Na kama tunafaa tufanye hivyo, kila mtu akuwe politician. Na hiyo nilikuwa nataka unijibu. Am I supposed to be ensuring that barabara imejengwa kama nishalipa ushuru?
And I think ni kama huku nilipata. I said nilisema hivi. The government should create a favorable environment. That's what I said. Creating a favorable environment, barabara is one of it. Good hospital is one of it. Good schools is one of it. Sawa. The same way from Kibaki education was free, blah blah. Yeah.
So yeah, Moranga, let me tell you something. According to what you have just mentioned, that's the right thing you have actually said. Those are the things that are supposed to be done by them. But that's the thing that they are failing to do. We must have to complain, my brother. Lazima to complain because that's the thing. Those are the things we need. We are citizens. Unajua kama wewe uko na watoto wako, wengine ni wakubwa, wengine ni wadogo, unawasomesha. Unaangalia kwamba hata mtoto akifika university unapata kwamba karo ambao wanastahili kulipa it is manageable for you. Na kuna mwenyako chini mwenye anda kazi pia anafaa afunze mtoto wake. Kama karo ni mingi ataweza aje? Watoto watakaa nyumbani lakini anaweza, mtoto ni mwerevu lakini hawezi funza. Kwa sababu gani? Pesa ambayo inatakikana shule ni mingi sana na serikali wako hapo. Kwani Kibaki hakuwa president and the education system was manageable. Mbona sasa kuna vitu zingine zinakuja kubadilisha?
Joel, I want unajua whatever you are saying is right. And hakuna mtu anapinga. I want to give you an example. Do you remember there is a time even the president angestep kwa mfano Nyanza? Do you know that?
I understand.
Yes. So how do you want the government to go na ijenge barabara kwa hiyo environment imeambiwa the president should not step here because for example
Let me ask you, according to your question, let me answer that. There's something that is known as devolved government. Actually, let's not just paint some of the things that are not supposed to be painted on president. We have
I
got
like
devolved
that.
government. There are people who are at the
I
county
like
level.
that.
They're supposed to be responsible for
I
that. They are
like
also
that.
politicians, and they're supposed to be doing all that. There's general basic things that we need from president. There are some things that are responsible for presidents. The responsibility that presidents are take. Not everything. With the same ati Ruto aenda ajenge nini Omabe ajenge barabara. Kuna wa viongozi hapo pia wafanye hizo. But we have got some of the things that the president and a judge is the person who oversights. At the same time, akisema ati shule pesa ikuwe mingi ni yeye. Akisema ikuwe levelized ni hivyo. Akisema ushuru ikuwe mingi kushinda kila mtu ni yeye. Let's be realistic.
Now,
let's say the truth.
Nikuulize swali de Maraga.
Yes,
De Maraga,
Maraga.
mimi kama nikuulize swali, wacha pia nikuulize swali kwa hiyo point umesema. What's the work of CDF? Kazi ya CDF ni nini kwa constituency? Juu unasema hizi enda kujenga barabara. Kazi ya CDF ni nini? Hebu nijibu hiyo.
Sasa.
Now, you see this, and I am happy now I have kind of shifted the topic. What is, unajua sasa hata I think you guys, you have answer. You can answer yourselves. This thing is very simple. Therefore, mambo ya kusema baba sijui presidents presidents, they contribute in fact like less than 30%. The larger portion ina depend kwa zile viongozi wa counties. That's unapata mtu kama Selasia hata ako hii pande ingine but is doing maendeleo. Pesa yake ya NHIF, as in not NHIF, CD
So mesha nifuatie hiyo page. Mesha
Onge Shabaran. Chieng' maduogo ma chieng' Shabaran be duogo.
Ok nyal.
Ok nyal
Giliet
manade.
don kwisi biro Desemba don wan wang'eyo kata Shabaran ni samono wan waseng'eyo moro amora wan be nyiswa koni.
Can you tell I can feel? Position, and this is what is happening. Otherwise, I'm well.
We'll do open remarks when you're ready. Thank you, sir.
All right. Hussein is here.
Hussein is also there. He's also there. He just needs to be on the speaker.
Yes, great. We have Hussein as well. And sooner or later, we shall be having Kakwenza joining us shortly. So once again, I welcome everyone to this crucial Truth to Power space. So today we gathered not to just discuss an individual case, but to examine deeply a troubling trend threatening the very fabric of democracy across East Africa. We are to dissect the recent abduction of Dr. Kizza Besigye from Kenya, which is a brazen act that highlights the increasingly authoritarian tendencies of the Ugandan regime under Museveni. But this is just about a Ugandan issue. Besigye's forced rendition and subsequent charging with treason are symptomatic of a wider malaise gripping our region. With us today, we have a panel of incredible voices: Maria Sarungi, Kakwenza Rukirabashaija, Hussein Khalid, and Benjamin Katana. Each brings a unique perspective and first-hand experience of the challenges facing activists, journalists, and ordinary citizens in East Africa. We've seen the echoes of this authoritarianism in the recent Gen Z protests in Kenya, met with concerning levels of force and reports of forced disappearances. In Tanzania, the space of dissent continues to shrink, with voices critical of the government facing increasing pressure. East Africa, once a beacon of hope on the continent, is rapidly becoming a hotbed of authoritarianism. Today, we aim to unpack the following. 1, Dr. Kizza Besigye's abduction and the legal ramifications. And then we intend to look into the broader trend of political persecution and human rights abuses across East Africa. And then the role of regional collaboration in enabling these authoritarian tendencies, but also, most importantly, the solidarity of the East African people to unite and fight these dictatorial tendencies eating up our region. As we shortly wait for our distinguished speaker to join us, Kakwenza Rukirabashaija, I'm going to briefly give a highlight of the speakers we're having here today. And I'm starting with, we are blessed to have Councillor Benjamin Katana joining us here today. Councillor Benjamin is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and a partner at Pace Advocates, a prominent law firm. In addition to his legal career, he serves as the national treasurer of the National Unity Platform, Uganda's leading opposition party. Benjamin has been an outspoken critic of the Ugandan government, particularly under the dictatorial regime of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. His commitment to advocating for democracy and human rights has made him a notable figure in the political landscape of Uganda. Through his work, he strives to challenge injustices and promote accountability within the government. It's a pleasure having you joining us here this afternoon, Councillor Benjamin Katana. Aside Councillor Benjamin Katana, we are blessed to have Hussein Khalid joining us this afternoon. Hussein is a prominent Kenyan human rights defender, lawyer, and Chief Executive Officer of Vocal Africa. He was honored with the Human Rights Defender of the Year Award at the 2024 9th Human Rights Defender Awards in Kenya. With more than 25 years of experience in civil society, Hussein has been instrumental in bringing attention to human rights violations across the country. His commitment extends beyond national borders. He is dedicated to fostering a pan-African movement that unites local voices, encourages collaboration, and promotes knowledge sharing among human rights advocates throughout the continent. It's a pleasure having you joining us here today, Hussein. And then the only lady,
Thank you for having me.
The only lady, unfortunately, on the panel this afternoon is none other than Maria Sarungi. Maria, you're going to do me a favor and teach me how you pronounce the other name. I do not want to mispronounce it though.
Tahai.
Yeah. So Maria Sarungi is a prominent Tanzanian activist renowned for her impactful online campaigns, that is #ChangeTanzania and Katiba Mpya. These initiatives have successfully inspired many Tanzanian citizens to engage actively in advocating for change against the authoritarian ruling party, Chama cha Mapinduzi, CCM, and to call for essential constitutional reforms. In addition to her political activism, Maria is also a dedicated empowerment mentor, providing young people and leaders with the guidance and support they need. It's a pleasure to have you, all of you, joining us for this great talk. to look into the issues that are eating up the East African region, not only Uganda, but Kenya, Tanzania, and the neighboring countries. For now, I'm going to introduce my co-speaker, that is Hilary Gondi. Hilary, you can have the mic and introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you so much, George, for having this platform today. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. We're happy to have you here today. And as we start this conversation, this time, wherever you are, we want to say that I know we are talking about free Kisa BCJ, and many people knows him. And he's not just a leader; he's a symbol of resilience. We know that he's a dedicated man. He was tirelessly pursuing the democracy and justice. In his journey of political, if you check very well, you realize that in many years he has been pushing the advocacy, the activism. He has made a profound impact on the political landscapes of Uganda and across the Africa region. And from this role, now I know he's struggling, being that he's in jail at the moment. And that's why we are here to convey a voice to the current government to leave this guy alone and to make it to free. And I want to say that we have two languages that we're going to use, Swahili or English, because maybe other people will be joining. In East Africa, we are blessed to have a different dialects. Kwa hivyo, habari za asubuhi, habari za jioni. Leo tunashukuru Mungu kwa kutuwezesha tuweze kukutana hapa ili tuweze kuzungumza yale ambayo yametokea ama yametokea katika nchi zetu za Kiafrika na yale ambayo yanaendelea. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana kwenye ukumbi wa leo, na what I want to say that when you want to speak, please carry up your hand, because we have speakers, we have guests that will be leading us, but we will giving speak across to everybody. But it is important to lay some foundation that just raise up your hand, you'll be given a mic, and we have a question, you can write them down there, alafu tutaweza kuzisoma tunapoendelea. Karibu sana Maria, nimefurahi sana kukuona. Nashukuru sana kwa kuungana nasi. Hussein, welcome. Benjamin, welcome. And Kakwenza, I know you'll join. Stella, Nyanzi, I see you. Welcome on board, and thank you so much, George. Back to you.
All right, karibu, asanteni sana ndugu yangu Hilary. That is as far as my Kiswahili can go. So to kick started off, I think I'm going to give 30 seconds to all our speakers to say hello to us, and then we can delve into the topic of today. I'll start with you, Maria.
Thank you very much. And I want to also express my appreciation to you, George, and also to Hilary Gondi for taking the time to have such a very important platform. And as you said, you pointed out that I'm the only woman on the panel. So if it pleases you, could you kindly extend the mic to Stella Nyanzi as well? I would love to have her up here, shangazi wetu wa nguvu, as we say. She's really, I think, person who can speak a lot about this due to her experience, but also I think being Ugandan, she definitely would be part of this panel, very well suited. But a little bit just to say, I'm seeing so many familiar names. We may not have met all of us, but I know a lot of people here, including ndugu zangu wa Tanzania na waona tupo hapa, basi tujitahidi na sisi tuweze kuchangia, maana leo tuna jambo letu. Asante sana.
Asante. Yeah, we're going to join Mama Stella Nyanzi to amongst the speakers, because she has actually been very, very pivotal on organizing this space behind closed doors. Hussein.
Yes, my brother Hilary, thank you very much. Let me pass my warm greetings to everyone who has joined us today. And to begin with, appreciating our co-hosts, George and Hilary, for this very, very important discussion that is crucial to our region. Let me also take this opportunity to concur with Maria in, having our very able and experienced sister Stella Nyanzi joining us as a speaker. I'm sure we have a lot to learn from her. She's been at the forefront of advocating for rights and democracy, not just in Uganda, but across Kenya. Na mimi nataka kutoa pia shukrani zangu kwa wote waliojiunga kutoka pande zote za Afrika Mashariki.
Hussein umepotea.
Sorry, nasema niko na furaha pia kuweza kuwasiliana na ndugu zangu kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo wakati wowote ule ambapo mtanihitaji kuzungumza kwa lugha yoyote ile, niko tayari na nina furaha kuwa hapa. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Benjamin, you can go ahead.
Sure, thank you very much. First of all, for the kind introductions, the opportunity to add my voice to this very important discussion, but also thank you for putting together this space. The dictators are reorganizing and standing with each other in solidarity. That's why people are being abducted from across the borders. And therefore, those who are standing up against the dictators have no choice to also stand together in solidarity and push back. So this is a very great opportunity, and I'm grateful. Greetings to everyone who has joined this space.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, for that. And thank you so much, Nyanzi. Stella Nyanzi, you can have a mic. Juliana, I see you. Long time, how are you doing? I see Abdi, I see Dr. Morgan, and any other people who are on the panelist. Remember to follow each other for us to keep this conversation going on. We really appreciate you. Sen karibu sana. Maria, najua itabidi tuzungumuze Swahili kidogo kwa sababu wenzetu ambao saa zingine wataelewa Kiswahili vizuri, na Hussein pia amesema so we're gonna use those two languages to help us. So we want to start our conversation. Stella, do you have a mic? George, can you send the mic to Stella? Also can give our open remarks. Juliana, also I see you here. George, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go on.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, let us start our conversation. Ruben Kigame, I see you. That is one of our members in Kenya. I invited him to come. Karibu sana. Yeye pia ni presidential candidate last time, and I know also 2027 in Kenya. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, this morning, wherever this evening, the time that you are in. Okay, guys, we are starting our conversation this time. I know George have given more details of our speakers or our guest today. I want to start with Maria. Maria, we have seen what is happening across more so. Let us rotate it down to Dr. Besige. As somebody who has been fighting for the human rights all the time, what do you think? Do you think that what is happening from Dr. Besige, but not only Dr. Besige, plus other detainees, is this getting good? What the message can you give out there according to the stature of Besigye ambaye amekuwa mwanasiasa kwa muda mrefu, amepigania uwaki na kuona ya kwamba Uganda, watu wa Uganda waweze kuishi maisha mazuri. Ni nini unaweza sema na uweze kutuambia kulingana na uongozi wake, ni nini amefanya mbaya ambayo anaweza kuteswa kama hii? Ana maisha mazuri, tunamuona pale gerezani bado anaweza kuumia. What can you say, Maria?
Thank you so much, Hilary. Asante sana. I think primarily when for me the case of Kizza Besigye is twofold. One, we've mentioned a little bit the transnational aspect of it, whereby we are seeing a very worrying trend, which I have also almost become a victim of. I've been a victim to a certain extent, but not as grievously as Dr. Besigye, in the sense of being disappeared in another country, and then suddenly appearing in the given country where you're persecuted. So I think that is something that maybe even I've seen several reports from Amnesty International. They've talked about the transnational repression that is happening. So I think that's one aspect that is a very serious aspect, because and I've talked about this several times since my abduction as well, is that see, Kenya has always been considered more of an anchor country, a safe country, a safe haven in the region for people who feel that they may not have all the freedoms in their given country in the region, whether it is freedom of expression, being, a political opponent and so on and so forth. So I think for that reason, this is a worrying trend happening currently, which is showing that, as somebody alluded to, that there's a form of coordination, there's a form of agreement, and even if, let's say, it's not official, but then there is some form of functioning between security forces, which we have not seen before. What we've seen, especially in terms of Kenya, there's been a complete rejection of giving up, people who have sought safety within its borders. So I think Dr. Kiza Besige's incident, and even mine to some extent, is talking to that. And I think that's very important for people like Hussein and for many of the Kenyans to sort of make sure that, whatever milestones Kenya has achieved, and we have to acknowledge that you have achieved a lot as Kenyans, are not pushed back, so you do not regress. The other thing I think that Kiza Besige's case shows for the entire region is that nobody is safe. The minute you stand up and you start immediately talking about challenging the power, like being a genuine threat or challenge to the power, then you're fair game. And the fair game can extend to, being in a military jail, being accused of treason, anything outrageous that can happen. But I'd like to remind a little bit the audience that we have, because it's regional. There has been a real, I would say, a very insidious and very brutal repression in Tanzania going on. Funnily enough, Kiza Besige, when I met him, it's the same time when also at that time I met Freeman Boy, who had just been freed from jail, and he was accused of terrorism by Samia Suluhu Hassan, and it was only after immense international and national pressure that he was released. Of course, then Samia tried to pretend that it was because of her huge generosity, which I think again, whatever happens, we must never fault to that ploy. But getting back, it's not the first time in East Africa to have a high level political leader being persecuted in the recent years. So this is a trend, a very worrying trend. But I think that because there was a mention by George about talking about solidarity for citizens, I think what we need to learn is how to push back regionally. Just to finish up, I wanted to say Tanzania, unfortunately, has always seemed to fall out of the major conversation. We even had some of the human rights activists cheering on somebody like Magufuli, who was committing atrocities in Tanzania, and they were cheering him on as Pan-African, and not even talking about the atrocities that he was doing. He actually disappeared a lot of people. Over 100 people have been killed in the south. Due to what they claimed was terrorism. Nobody has talked about it. So it has to come to a point whereby we need to come to an understanding as citizens of Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki and say, if you have a leader that is not following the basic standards of human rights, is not adhering to the rule of law, let's call that leader out collectively. Thank you. And I have a lot to say, but let me end here and give more room for other people to contribute. Kwa wale ambao wanataka Kiswahili, mtaniuliza maswali kwa Kiswahili, si mnajua mimi nipo tu.
Asante sana, Maria. We really appreciate your presence here. And those who are joining, thank you so much for joining this conversation. We are standing solidarity against the what is happening within the African region or East African region. We are seeing basically was abducted in Kenya, handed over to Ugandan government, and now he's still in jail up to the moment. But the real case, we don't see it. And he has been detained for a while. We have seen his health is not doing well, and that's why we are here. So it's not about only Uganda, but also we are talking about even Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and these countries that surround there. And Maria mentioned that the what is happening even in Tanzania at the moment is not well good, and she's gonna explain that more as we continue with this conversation. But thank you so Maria for meeting Besige, and the kind of him. But I see other people joining, and if I see you, thank you so much for joining. Continue to Albert, I see you to spread this gospel that we're here doing this conversation and follow each other. It's very important for us to get connected. And now we're becoming big and big, and Africa want Africa to be one. And the leaders who are coming in, we must be telling them what to do, not them telling us what to do. And that's been a problem. And that's why we're seeing this. corruption will be going there. We are seeing more so the dictatorship because we have allowed them to tell us what they want us to do, but they are the people who put them in power. They need to realize that, and that's why we must uh, uh, be very very candid with our speaking in this. In this conversation, that these people should realize that we are the power. They are not the power. We are the power. Hussein, as you pick it up, what do you think? What has been happening in BCJ? Can you pick it from there where Maria left it?
Thank you very much, Hilary, and Maria, of course, for opening this up, the way she did, and it's excellent. But let me begin by, first of all, apologizing to our fellow East African brothers and sisters, and to say that what was done, the abduction of Kiza Besigye, was not done with, in our name. We condemn what happened. East Africans, we stand together in calling for the release of Kiza Besigye, and our government has totally embarrassed us by that move. It is indeed something that we feel ashamed of, that our government is actually the one behind or at least started the current challenges that are being faced by Kiza Besigye and Ugandans in general. So we will stand together with Uganda, as we will always do stand with every human rights advocate and practitioner out there calling for democracy. And tomorrow we will also be protesting and delivering a petition to the Ugandan High Commission and to the Parliament of Kenya, not only to call for the release of Kiza Besigye, but also to demand that the individual officers or individual, whoever it may be, who are behind the illegal abduction and renditioning of Kiza Besigye be brought to book. What was done violates international human rights principles. What was done totally goes against the international conventions of treaties. So we cannot in any way allow our government or any officer for that matter to be involved in such heinous acts that would cause such much suffering to an individual who is merely advocating for democracy and good governance in Uganda. So let me just get that out of the way. And to say that as East Africans, the time has come for us to stand together. Kama Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, wakati ni wetu sasa sisi kama wananchi kushikana mikono na kusema kwamba tutazungumza kwa sauti moja. Because we know that these governments are working together, that these leaders, these presidents, the three of them, they are working together. The renditioning did not just start and has not ended with Kiza Besigye. It has been happening across board. People are arrested in Tanzania, crossed over to Uganda, or from Uganda to Kenya, Kenya to Uganda. I mean, my sister, Maria, is a victim. And, she just got lucky, but anything could have happened to her. A few years ago, I was also arrested at Entebbe Airport, and I was held there for a couple of hours before I was deported back to Kenya. So this practice has been happening, and it can only persist if we remain silent. That is why space kama hii ambayo tunafanya hivi sasa, ambapo sisi kama wananchi, sisi kama watetezi wa haki, kama mawakili, kama wanademokrasia ambao tunasimamia usimamizi bora wa rasilimali zetu, tukiwa tutaungana na tuseme kwamba hatutakubali mambo kama haya kuendelea katika nchi zetu, then we will be able to succeed. So I just want to, say that we must stand together as East Africans. Any problem in Uganda is a problem in Kenya, is a problem in Tanzania, and the same for Tanzania and Kenya. And if we stand together in this way, then we will be able to rid our region of autocracy and, all sorts of violators who are currently just destroying our region and giving us a bad name.
Thank you so much, Hussein, for that insight in relation to what's happening in East Africa. Coming to you, to Benjamin, just like Hussein has highlighted, the events that preceded the abduction of Dr. Kiza Besigye did not only violate the international human rights laws, but also the extradition treaties. And I've been closely following the case of Dr. Kizza Besigye in the corridors of justice. What is your input in relation to the manner in which Dr. Kizza Besigye was abducted all the way from Kenya and then subjected to the military courts, which put pressure on government and the judiciary, and later on they were pronounced unconstitutional? And currently, Dr. Kizza Besigye is being charged with charges of treason.
I think the foundational point is that dictatorships have no regard for law. And that is the context in which we must look at the manner in which Dr. Besigye was arrested, would say abducted from Kenya and illegally brought to Uganda. His subsequent detention to date has clearly been outside the law. And if you have been following the information coming in from the Chief of Defense Forces, who is also a son of the head of state, it is clear that Dr. Besigye is not being held for committing any offense, but they have chosen to treat him the way they have chosen to treat him for other reasons. But also to indicate that dictatorships largely survive, among other things, by instilling fear in the population. And that dictatorships, like diseases, grow. So each day that passes, it becomes worse in as far as how it treats the population. So the illegal conduct of the regime in Uganda, in the abduction of Dr. Besigye, his rendition to Uganda, is something that they have been doing. This is not the first time he's being treated in the manner he has been treated. He has previously been treated in a similar manner. If you remember in 2000, even in 2001, when he declared to run for president, there were broad day shootings in Rukunjiri. In 2006, people were killed in the name of an election. In 2011, in 2016, in 2021, there are so many people. We witnessed enforced disappearances. We witnessed shooting of supporters of the opponent. We, through the years, have seen the arrest of political opponents in Uganda, persecution, and an attempt to sanitize that persecution by taking people through a facade of a trial to create an impression that people are facing trial in the court. But if you have been following now, unlike previously where General Museveni would try to pretend that people are going through a process, his son takes a different approach. He has been saying, I can choose. This is the Chief of Defense Forces. He's not the DPP. He's not the trial judge. But he says, I can choose to take him back to the General Court Martial, which clearly shows that in whatever they are doing, the law has no place. They are simply showing us that we can do whatever we want and we won't do anything about it. And I think this is as a result of the entrenchment. They have had an opportunity for the last 40 years or so to do whatever they have pleased. They have created an environment of fear that they know, even institutions that are supposed to play roles, courts of law, for example, that they will not go against their wishes. They know for sure that the Uganda Human Rights Commission will not go against their wishes. They know for sure that the bigger section of the population may not approve the actions, but people are scared to challenge these actions. So it would be naive for anybody to think that what is going on is a legal process. What is going on is a clear case of persecution, and the courts of law, just like the army, just like the police, have been weaponized to use as a tool to deal with political opponents. And of course, you must also understand that dictatorships are infectious. The close fraternization, for example, of the regime here and the current government in Kenya has had its impact. That's why you see the approach in Kenya now is not so different from ours, save that in Kenya they have not had a lot of time to entrench themselves, but give them time, they'll be able to do what these ones are doing here. The abductions across the borders have not started today. In the previous dictatorial regimes in Uganda, many people used to run to Kenya. During Obote's time, during Amin's time, but many political actors would be abducted and brought back to Uganda. So this is not new. It is something that has been happening, and it should motivate us to work together to know that in trying to restore democracy in our region, that we cannot do it single-handedly. To say that if we have democracy in Kenya, that we are safe. You cannot be when there is a dictatorship in the neighborhood, because dictatorships normally are followed by chaos. And when there is chaos in a country, you have people running away to Kenya. That will be creating pressure in Kenya. But number two is that dictatorships, when they grow and become strong, or think they have become strong, they want to install proteges across the region. And it has happened previously. When Mobutu was a powerful dictator of Congo, he patronized most of the leaders around that region. So the fraternization you see that General Museveni now has with Ruto and others is not new. That's how infectious dictatorships are. So it is very, very important that the people of Uganda, the people of the region understand that what is happening in the case of Dr. Besigye has got nothing. It's not a trial. It is simply persecution of a political opponent, but they have tried to dress it as a trial. But good enough, they keep coming out and indeed revealing what actually it is. And that's why platforms like these ones are very important. Solidarity. The conversations that people are having to have protests across the region, I think it's Hussein who mentioned it, are very important, because people must understand that this is not a problem that is restricted to Uganda. The other people with dictatorial tendencies within the region, the appetite to do what is being done in Uganda will increase if they are not challenged, because they will know that in Uganda, this one has managed to do it, we can also manage to do it. And dictatorships must be challenged in their infancy. If they are not challenged in their infancy, they become strong, they weaken the population, they weaken the institutions, and when they have matured to reach where the one in Uganda has reached, they become quite problematic because of the regional dimension they take, because of the family dimension they take, but also the fact that in the long run, they subdue a bigger section of the population. So these regional solidarity activities are very critical, because sometimes the voices in Uganda can be subdued. Sometimes the voices in Kenya can be subdued. But the voices around the region cannot easily be subdued. And they can help to amplify the voices within for example, the jurisdiction of Uganda. That Ugandans may speak, but how far can they go? Today, Ugandans, in 2020 November, there was an attempt to protest by the citizens, and people were shot dead in hundreds. So even when 3 people tried to protest, they are bundled up, arrested, remanded. A number of people on this space have been to jail because of simply trying to participate in a protest. That's why it is important that this fight is taken beyond the borders of Uganda, that even the people in Uganda who are struggling to do something can understand that they have friends across the region who are standing with them in solidarity. But also, because here you'll find that the media has also been largely censored by the regime. Even if there are protests, for example, in some districts, there are protests, but you realize that some main media houses will not cover them because they fear to be, and I think today I've been on the timeline, seeing media houses being intimidated. So once we have these regional interventions, it will help so much in trying to make sure that the voices are not contained here in Uganda.
Yes, thank you so much, Benjamin. And following what you've said, there's been a deliberate collaboration and infectious trend of increasing dictatorship within the East African region. And when you closely look into the history of the Eastern region, when you look at the times of Idi Amin, There was solidarity support that came from Tanzania then to support the overthrow of the government that was brutal to its citizens of Idi Amin. Unfortunately, we do not have that today. And this has been demonstrated in the manner in which both governments in the region are collaborating to suppress their citizens. But even what's happening in Kenya, it has not just happened to Dr. Kizza Besigye alone. It has happened to almost 36 PFF members that belong to the party of Dr. Kizza Besigye that were abducted from Kenya and brought back to Uganda in the same manner. We also saw the same thing happen to Turkish nationals. And unfortunately, the same incident happened to one of our speakers here today, Maria Sarunji. So Maria, just to highlight on that experience of the abduction that you faced in Kenya earlier this year, what is needed to be done as East Africans to move forward to ensure that actually we put up a resistance against these tendencies?
Yeah, I think primarily it is first of all to make sure that abductions of their own citizens by governments stop immediately. I think one of the first thing that struck me from a couple of years now since these abductions have been ongoing is just what I would call the civilized manner, the brutish manner in which this is done. Honestly, there is nothing as uncivilized as saying, I don't agree with you, so I'm going to send an entire state, and I'll add a repressive state operation after you in order to abduct you, to torture you, to disappear you. I mean, for me, that is like 2-3 centuries ago. That's how rulers used to think. But since then, I think we have graduated as human beings in general and as civilizations in general to reach at least a level where you say, even if I disagree with you, I'm not going to kill you, I'm not going to harm you, we're just going to have a good argument. And if you really, really make me angry, maximum I will block you on social media, or I will not speak to you, I'll not pick up your phone, or something to that extent. I will not shake your hand. I mean, I can live with that. But to abduct, to harm, to jail, to disappear, that shows a level of unsophisticated thinking from leaders. So I think primarily we first have to say that regardless whether you are part of the ruling party, you're part of the winning party or the government or the parties that have formed the government, whatever happens, us on a personal basis and as a leader, you first have to reject it. So we need to demand from leaders, starting from members of parliament, lower level leaders, whether it is now MCAs in Kenya or madiwani in Tanzania, but you can go to as low level leaders as possible and demand that they have to actually stand up and say that abductions are unacceptable. Abductions have to stop. So I think that first has to happen, not only for us citizens. We know that it has to stop. It's not us, it's actually the leadership. But number two, those who are in any way found to be guilty or found to be complicit in abductions have to have serious repercussions. Because if they don't face these repercussions, what's going to happen is going to become an all out. So a very good example has been what we're seeing more and more recently, that they're so-called guns for hire. So these are police officers who decide that, maybe for a quick buck, they're more than happy to go and abduct someone just, because that person who paid them, once that person delivered, once that person tortured, once that person disappeared. So we have to be able to see the larger picture as a society, but also as leadership. So I think that's the second thing, is just to sort of say, if this gets out of hand, in the end, people will start disappearing for very small reasons, or for no reasons for that matter, whereby it's no longer going to be political, but it's going to become personal. And lastly, I think that we need to get more international attention. If some of you will recall, at the time when Pinochet was actually disappearing a lot of his opponents in Latin America, that's when we actually started hearing more and more of that happening in Chile, and then we also heard later in Argentina and in many other places, because the citizens made sure that this becomes an international affair. It's not only going to be regional, it's not only going to be a national outcry, but it becomes an international outcry. I think we've reached a crisis point whereby abductions are happening daily in East Africa. So I think we probably cannot go at least a week or even few days without hearing an abduction happening either in Uganda, either in Kenya or in Tanzania or in all countries for that matter. It is becoming a crisis. This has to stop. And we have to make sure that the world knows that this is becoming a crisis.
Well explained that, Maria. Yeah, yeah. In a few days, you must hear that the abduction is still going on and everything. And actually, there's no any proper case that is there. At the end of the day, these people are being jailed for no reason, and that's why, guys, we are here. I see you, Andera, you are joining, and many other people who are joining. We've said that follow each other, and also let us keep this conversation going. It's no matter Uganda, it's no longer Uganda or Tanzania or Kenya, but around Africa, we need to amplify this voice across the Africa. We need good leadership. We need good governance. We want to see these leaders, not our people being abducted. Even us, when these people see us here, they look for us. They want to abduct us. We saw that a couple months, Maria was also in the same scenario, which is so unfortunate. That's why we are here, guys. Hussein, you can pick it up from there,
Sure.
where Maria left it. Go ahead. Also, you can add more people. You can add Stella Nyanzi on board, Abdi, and the rest. Go ahead, Hussein.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also seeing Hanifa online. So besides Stella and others, perhaps we could also give her an opportunity to speak. But just to agree with Maria that definitely we need to take all these actions and to stand firmly against the abductions. And for me, just to add on to what she has said, we need to do a lot of civic education. Civic education is paramount. Majority of the people who are in our countries tend to think that there's nothing they can do about it. Wamewacha serikali, wanasema serikali iko na mkono mrefu, ama we say people are afraid that if you stand up, then the government will go hard on you. They forget that these are rights that are guaranteed in the Kenyan constitution, in the Tanzanian constitution, in the Ugandan constitution. People just trying to protest. Presently, these heads of state have made it so difficult for people to exercise their basic fundamental right to go to the street and protest. We saw the other day Chadema in Dar es Salaam trying to, organize protests and how they were thwarted, so many police officers on the ground. We saw the other day people like George and my sister, I forgot her name, the way they were arrested when they were trying to protest. In Kenya, it's the same situation. So as a colleague has said here, these heads of state are learning from each other. Dictatorship is infectious, as has been said, and they're trying as much as they can to silence the people, to silence the masses. That's why, for me, civic education becomes extremely important. We need to let our people know that when they remain silent in the face of atrocities, in the face of violations, then they are actually siding with the violator. That they must stand up and say, enough is enough. Why are we as East Africans treated in this manner? Why are our governments not responding to our concerns? Why are these leaders acting like dictators when they're supposed to be listening to the voices of the masses? So we need, as much as we can, have these spaces every single day, have people going down to the grassroots, particularly to the rural areas. I remember during the Gen Z protests, when these protests were held, initially it started in Nairobi, but then due to social media and civic education, after a few weeks, the protests were all over the country. So when Tuesday came up, it's every region, it's every town, everywhere you are, because people felt that pinch. They felt that this is not right and that they have an obligation, to do something about their situation. obligation, to do something about their situation. And I think only by doing that, if we're able to, completely address that, empowerment of the masses, will we be able to move forward. Secondly, I think we also need to look at the legal framework in our countries and to push it further so that the law societies in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania can test the courts. Like in Kenya, for example, we need to hold the Minister for Interior accountable. He, as the person in charge of security, must know why Kiza Besigye was illegally arrested. Why did they do this? Who is actually behind this? As Maria said, it's not just enough. To say release this individual. We want to know who was behind that abduction. Those individual officers, the person who gave those illegal orders, the renditioning, everyone who was concerned, who was involved. What action are we going to take against them? So the law societies, lawyers, wherever they are and however they operate, they must test our courts. They must take these cases to court and challenge, that action be taken. And then last but not least is for civil society. I think sometimes it's really unfortunate that you have civil society who just want to sit on the fence. They just want to watch. And when there are protests, then they say, okay, we support you, but then, we will be with you in spirit. I think civil society, this is the time for us to stand and be counted. There comes a time when each one of us, must say we must now do something about the situation. And as a civil society, we are supposed to be the conscience of the society, and we need to speak up na tuzungumze, tuseme kwamba kama watetezi wa haki, kama mashirika ya kijamii, kuna kazi ambayo tunafaa kufanya. Kukiangalia kwa mfano katika Waswahili kuna wale wanazalisha, wanaitwa wakunga nafikiri. So we have a role to give birth to democracy in East Africa. As civil society tunaweza kucheza ile role ya wakunga, kwamba East Africa sasa imefika mahali ambapo lazima yule mtoto wa demokrasia ajitokeze. Na sisi kama wakunga ndio tunafaa kuwa pale, tunajukumika kuhakikisha kwamba kile kizazi cha demokrasia, kile kizazi cha kutaka ukweli, kile kizazi cha kupinga ufisadi na udhalimu kimeweza kujitokeza. Na nitaendelea kuwasihi wenzangu ambao tuko katika mashirika ya kijamii, tuhakikishe kwamba tunapeana mchango wetu ili tuweze kuhakikisha hizi nchi zetu zimeweza kupata ile demokrasia ambayo sote tunaitaka kuiona ikiwa imekithiri.
Thank you so much, Hussein. Benjamin, Hussein in his submission mentions us pursuing different avenues to see that we can actually bring an end to this repressiveness, like pursuing judicial avenues. But in a nation like Uganda, where there's been even entrenchment within the judiciary, like recently so, where even the lawyer who had gone to represent Dr. Kiza Besigye and Obed Lutare in the military courts was sentenced to prison for 9 months for contempt of court. That is Counsel Aaron Kiza, and is one of the people whose release we're trying to pursue. How do we then pursue judicial avenues and legal avenues in a manner that is going to create change within the region?
Thank you. I think, first of all, the intention of the regime in doing, for example, what they did with Aaron, or sometimes frustrating judicial processes, is to make people lose hope and don't pursue these avenues. I think the solution is in resilience, because the only time-tested medicine for oppression is resistance. So while we are aware that there are challenges with these judicial processes, the solution is in not giving up, continuing to push back, continuing to file as many cases as we can, both locally and internationally. You never know, one of them may come with a glimmer of hope. The other day, the Supreme Court made a ruling, much as we have not yet had our people released, but at least you have the regime now trying to work backwards to rectify the damage caused by the ruling. So I think the solution is not in giving up. The solution is in being resilient, fighting on. But most importantly, is that we need to extend the fight beyond the courts, beyond the parliament, beyond all these avenues that have been talked about. The people, we need to build civic competence. The people of Uganda can be, with all the risks that are attendant, to stand up and push back, because these courts of law are not necessarily occupied by bad people, but they are occupied by people who are scared of the regime. So we have a duty to work hard to make sure that we establish an environment that will enable even the good people who are just scared to do the right things. For a very long time, they have managed to scare people from participating in protests. But I think it's one of the things that we need to focus on so much, build capacity, organize, mobilize, and make sure that the people stand up in big numbers. The regime we are dealing with is not the most powerful that has existed in human history. There have been equally and more powerful dictatorial regimes. But what has always broken the back of these regimes is resistance from the population, and especially civic resistance. So I think we need to focus a lot on building the capacity to push back through civic resistance of the population, so that even while these institutions are being approached because of the challenges they face, we may not get much from them. But once the population rises up, you will see the regime crumbling. Because you see, even when they are slightly challenged, you see them go into panic. You see them doing all sorts of things, meaning that if they can be stretched a little further, you will see them running away. In this country and in other countries, we have had, because what they rely on mostly are the security forces. But we have had a moment in the history of our country and other countries, especially that are ruled by the power of the gun. We have had soldiers looking for where to hide their uniforms because the tide has changed. And I believe not most of these enforcement people are not necessarily in love with what they are doing, but they are also operating under fear. And I believe that if we organize, mobilize, and build enough capacity, but most importantly, accept that we must work together as people that are facing repression, you will be shocked to find that even people will throw away their guns to join the people that are protesting against the regime. So I think ultimately, all these things we must do, but ultimately, it will take action of citizens to change the political environment in Uganda.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Yeah, I see many people are joining. I see Kakwenza. Thank you so much. I think host has a problem with the gadget. Is trying to fix it up so that we can have more speakers on board. Miss B, I see you. Karibu sana kwenye ukumbi wetu wa leo. Guys, I want to say that yes. Thank you so much, Wakili, for saying that. In Uganda, we saw people went to the road, and we have seen them going there. Abdi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Hillary.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. You want to say something? Yeah. I see.
No, I don't want to. I just want to contribute a little bit. I've been listening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to, I think, contribute to this critical conversation. I think today we gather not just to discuss the plight of Dr. Besige, but to confront a far more disturbing reality: the systemic erosion of human rights, the rule of law, democratic governance in the Great Lake region. I think Dr. Kize Besige incarceration is not merely an isolated political thing. It's a symbol of broader insidious assault on civil liberties, dissent, and justice. His voice, like many others, has been silenced in an attempt to stifle the growing call for justice and accountability and change, I think. But today, his struggle becomes our struggle. And I think his fights become our fight. I think we stand in solidarity not for Besige, but for every voice that has been silenced, for every citizens who live in fear, and for every family torn apart by abduction and state-sponsored violence. I think this is not about Uganda. This is about Kenya. This is about Tanzania. This is about Rwanda. This is about Burundi, Congo, nation grappling with authoritarian rule. I think human rights and the rule of law are not privileges. They are fundamental principles, I think, that every citizen is entitled to. When these rights are undermined, I think democracy itself is threatened. I think the continued civilian abduction, arbitrary detention, the blunt disregard for judicial independence are not violation of national laws, but also is a stark violation of regional and international human rights conventions, I think. I think where the voice of East African regional bodies, where is the voice of these regional bodies like is the East African community, the AU, and the IGAD? Their silence is deafening. Their inaction emboldens tyranny, I think. I think these bodies must rise to the occasion, not only to condemn these violations, but to take decisive action to hold these regimes accountable, I think. The other part and the piece I want to bring is the international community also has responsibility, because I think silence is complicity. I think international human rights organization, United Nations, must stand in solidarity with the oppressed and demand restoration of justice, democracy, and human dignity in this. I think also there's a bit I want to add to the East African diaspora. I will say your voice also matters. We may be miles away, but our influence, resources, and advocacy can echo across borders. I think it's time to amplify this message and push for an accountability. I think this reminds us oppressions that their actions are not hidden from the world, and that the pursuit of justice knows no borders, I think. I will echo the words of Desmond Tutu, who said, if you are neutral in the situation of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. And I think today we choose to stand with the side of justice, the rule of law, and human rights. I think I'll keep listening to this conversation, and we will be going on. But I want to ask Hussein, what is about these regional bodies? Why are they silent? Why are these not coming through for the people? So I'll leave it there. Hilary, over to you.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing AU. We are seeing their quiet, TIGAD, and even international community are very quiet. We don't see them coming out boldly. Do you think that they have a hand on this, or what is happening? Stella Nyanze, how are you doing today?
Right. I'm grateful for the space because I want to appreciate the solidarity across East Africa. Shangazi Maria, Comrade Hussein, Comrade Benjamin Katana, and every other comrade in the space. I just want to say thank you so much for the solidarity. In Kenya, we've talked about how our oppressors in leadership in Uganda, political leadership in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Kenya, in South Sudan, in Congo, in Rwanda, in Somalia, maybe are coming together to further oppress us through militarism, authoritarianism, and lawlessness. Now, part of what has happened with this amplification and solidarity that's being organized through the march tomorrow in Nairobi is a coming together of people. People who do not necessarily have the sort of political power and the military might that the president and the army, I don't know if it's army or police in our country have. We're coming together as civilians, and we are coming together in Nairobi. Nairobi has been an important place. This has been mentioned. In the early 80s, when my parents were fleeing from the wars beginning, my father fled in 79 against dictator Idi Amin, and he fled to Kenya. Later on, my mother joined him with us. We were children in 80, and we grew up as refugees, me and my sisters, in Nairobi. Tulikuwa wakimbizi, Kenya. And so Kenya has been a special place of safety, even when there were risks. Suddenly, I found myself in 2021 fleeing again from Uganda with my children, just as my parents fled. And at the time, there were many stories I had in Kenya about how it had become very risky for wanted elements, especially from Uganda. I heard of stories from Sudan. I heard of stories. And without knowing, I realized I had to extend further. So today I'm in exile. I'm far away. I'm in Europe. When you talked about diaspora, East African diaspora, Comrade Hussein, or maybe it was Abdi. Indeed, it's true that there are very many of us who are away from home, and perhaps we have voice because we have the experience. Shangazi Maria was abducted. Shortly after, I'd been in her house eating food with her and her husband when I was a refugee and asylum seeker in Nairobi. I went to Maria's home. We talked about these issues. Dr. Messenger went to Maria's home. They talked about these issues. He was interviewed by Maria's television station, and it all seemed like we'd gone through the worst. Little did I know that in 2024, 2025, Nairobi would become a scene of similar evil vicious, violent lawlessness again. 2024, Dr. Chiza Besigye is re-abducted together with Haji Obed Lutale. 2025, I think, Shangazi Maria is abducted. So they're going for men, they're going for women, they're going for Kenyans, they're going for Tanzanians, they're going for people with political office. I don't think Maria necessarily has a political party. They're coming for us as East Africans. They're coming for us. And part of what I celebrate with what's happening tomorrow, it was going to happen on Friday, the protests in Nairobi, and they postponed them. Tactical move to Monday. In case there are arrests, people will have to sleep overnight on Saturday and Sunday in cells. Let us strategically, tactfully have another day, Monday, where we can rush to these places to rescue our comrades who are going to protest and may be detained. And I think for me, the importance of coming together when Ugandans can no longer speak because the grief is a lot, because, you know, after Kizza Besigye, then Comrade Fred Nyanzi, who belongs to Comrade Benjamin's political party and is an organizer and is a brother to Bobby Wine, is also abducted. And as the search is on for where Comrade Fred Nyanzi is, 4 members of the Electoral Commission in Comrade Benjamin Katana's party are abducted. And as that is happening, young people who wore red clothes, you know, red overalls, and had a few salutes and had a parade are also getting abducted. And then they're raiding and breaking into our offices. And I think for me that there's a time when the grief around in the country, in the location, it freezes, it paralyzes. And one of the things we need to organize around, yes, civic education, but organize against fear. Because dictatorships instill fear in those of us who could come together and take action. But we fear the guns, we fear the prisons, we fear the violence, we fear the grief, we fear being taken away from our children, we fear the costs of litigation. And so fear becomes a huge, humongous animal. The vehicles they come in, rarely have I seen an abduction that I was abducted in 20. Roland Ebola is here in 2017, you know, and there were 2 cars, and there were men, and they were even wearing masks before COVID-19. They had guns, you know. So the fear that's created and the paralysis around people, the people around just look on. They don't scream, they don't ululate, they don't go, yeah. Nothing happens because we've been taught not to resist arrest. But this is not arrest. This is abduction. This is extrajudicial because they don't have an arrest warrant. They don't introduce themselves. They descend like thugs. They descend with their guns pointed at you. They descend with these voices and they take us away without telling us who they are. They don't identify themselves. They take us away to unknown places. Many times they throw dirty socks or dirty blankets over our faces. And in the process, they're also very violent to us, whether we resist or we don't. And so teaching against fear is important. The violation of somebody just descending into your private space and taking you away unannounced, whether they have a gun or not, when they don't tell you what is happening and what's going to follow next, and you don't have access to a lawyer, like all the things we knew that would happen within the law are violated. They don't introduce themselves. They don't say what's wrong. They don't have a warrant of arrest. They don't tell you where you're going. They don't tell your family. They take away your phones from you. They probably beat you up. And then the threats and interrogation and intimidation come. So while we are teaching ourselves about how to come together, I think we must address the issue of fear. That is why solidarity beyond the locus of arrest, the locus of attention is important. If it is happening in NUP, I would like to see East Africans who are with parties or without, in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and all around, raising their voices even when they're not in NUP. So solidarity beyond that which is ours. Solidarity across borders is important. Perhaps the grief in Uganda is paralyzing right now. Perhaps the fear is paralyzing. So Nairobi arise. And so I want to celebrate comrades in Nairobi for doing that amplification, even when it's not necessarily happening in Nairobi right now. Amplification about what's happening with the Chadema and the opposition political parties, members and leaders and organizers in Tanzania. That is important. But all around us, I don't know which country is going to happen next. And so, yes, for me, solidarity is important. But also targeted solidarity. Why are we coming together? What are the issues to address? And maybe the last point for me is just to re-echo those who said that they may have the guns, but we have the people. And the people united are amazingly powerful. We have the people, we have the numbers. We just have to come together, because the division, the fragmentation, the suspicion of each other, these are creations which I think they manipulate. Our oppressors manipulate these divisions such that when the Muslims are being abducted in Uganda, we don't care. I'm not a Muslim, you know. When young people who maybe from the ghettos are being abducted, the middle class don't care. We are elite people. It's not happening in our suburbs, in our urban posh areas. When it happens to politicians, then those who are not politicians say, that's politics. We're going into an election. And so I think to unite beyond our differences, beyond to be brave enough and unite with people who don't look like us, don't believe like we do, don't affiliate like we do, don't follow the leadership that we do, as long as those people are against oppression in our country. And we know who the oppressors are. We may not know their names and faces, but we know what oppression is. And so to stand in solidarity with those who are in solidarity with us as oppressed people is important. So I want to thank you very much for the space. And I want to celebrate that the men are taking leadership, but the women are here too. And so the visibility and possibility and the potential of women and people of other genders to participate is also important. As we mobilize, we have to think of ways in which to involve women as well, so that we are all participating from our level of ability, from our level of strength, and that strategies and tactics are not always just masculine. Maybe we need to also have gender sensitive ways of thinking about how women and men can come and participate meaningfully in these protests. And so people who say, I'm just a woman, what can I do? I can't come to the streets. Perhaps you can tweet. Perhaps you can make a placard. Perhaps you can visit those who are in police who've been arrested. Perhaps you can call the parents or children or brothers of someone you know is on the front line. Perhaps you can be a first responder. Perhaps you can reach out in some other way. I don't know which way, but we all can play a role. We all must find a role that we can play, because it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us. And by all of us, I mean everybody in this space and anyone else, is opposed to oppression. So thank you very much for creating the power. I will yield the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Yes,
Thank you
Judge.
so much, Dr. Stella, for those very powerful words. And like you've clearly elucidated, there is a very, very dire need for solidarity. I see Maria's hand is up. Maria?
Yes, I just wanted to very quickly, first of all, thank you so much, Stella. She said some very important key things. And I wanted Stella to know that one of the few people who came to my mind during that ordeal that I underwent was her. And another person called Dude Nyangali. I think some of you should know more about him. He was abducted twice, tortured, and left to die by Magufuli and his goons in Tanzania. And I remember that the two of them are the ones who actually gave me the kind of strength that was needed, where they always told me, like, don't show fear, like, you don't know where they're taking you, but you have to be firm, you have to stand firm. And I think it's very important what Stella just said. I want to really much ask everybody on this platform to sort of have this seared into their minds, because these are the kind of conversations where one day, if you find yourself, and God forbid, in a situation where you will need to suddenly think, what do I need to do? These are the kind of conversations that will stick to your mind. So the courage that Stella Nyanzi is talking about, teaching each other courage. I think one of the other things we will sit with Stella and talk to some of the other women as shangazis is what to do in certain situations as a woman, because the way you're treated as a woman, it's very different when you see as a woman, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, come for you and, coming towards you in a brutal manner. What is it that you can do? What do you need to do? How can you mentally prepare? It's not about being ready 100%, but just to have the mental strength. I wanted to really interject that and ask everybody on the platform to have this seared into their mind for that. And I'm so happy to see Hanifa as well, who's another very brave Shangazi. Thank you very much, George, for that few minutes.
You're welcome. Yes, we have Anifa who has joined us along with Wanjiru. Going to yield the mic back to Hillary as we prepare for the next session shortly.
Thank you so much, George, for that. Yeah, we want to remind our people that you can retweet this conversation, and at the same time, if you have a question, you can post it down there. I would like to write 2 comments that says that yes, it is time we show the security forces, army, police, prison staff, what true humanity and coexistence means. What strategies can be applied to let security forces see the fruits of living in harmony. Civic education is very vital in raising awareness. Look at how civic education organizations, especially those whose missions goals center in human rights promotion, how many have boldly come out in public to condemn the unruly nature of leadership. And that's what Stella was talking about. It's not about us keeping quiet, but there's so many ways. We have this platform that we can amplify your voices. We have several things that we can do, and it doesn't need some people. It needs all of us, our children, our old guys, our young people. Let us go out and let us amplify this voice. But what we want to say is this: we'll never tire and never keep quiet. And Stella said something which is very, very vital. That they have guns, but the truth is we have the people, and the people will stand, and they need to know that. Anifa, nimefurahi kukuona. Karibu sana kwenye ukumbi, alafu Wanjiru. Go ahead. Anifa. Anifa, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi, how are you
hi.
doing?
Unanisikia?
Kabisa, nakusikia
I'm
vizuri.
good. Can you hear me? Sorry, I've been up.
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Unanisikia?
Kabisa.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the mic, and good to see you, Maria, and my other colleagues. Thank you so much. So I would like to start by echoing what Hussein said. What our it is the incompetent government that doesn't believe in the rule of law that betrayed Besige. We genuinely apologize and we stand in solidarity with our brother. So I think the state actors in general in East Africa are collaborating to suppress dissent, and it is genuinely up to us, civil societies and international allies, to resist and to uphold democratic values. So a lot has been mentioned. So I would just like to add a few on what we can do as the Jumuiya of East Africa. I think we can create political awareness, or rather even electoral change, like civic education, like Hussein also stated. Like we must recognize the need for leadership that totally respects democracy and human rights. So this means that we need to organize and vote strategically to remove authoritarian leaders. And generally, as I'm speaking, I'm crying for Uganda. Honestly, seeing what is going on online, I can't imagine what is going on ground with his son, the father. Everything is just so heartbreaking. So, voting strategically and organizing It's literally the only way to move the authoritarianism. And advocating for independent regional human rights court, I think that binds authority over the East African member states would help a lot too. And I think most of my points are around what we can do East Africa and the legal frameworks in general. Also, the regional and grassroots mobilization. So, as East Africans, first of all, I would really like to recognize my sister Maria. I came to know her more on a personal level during the Gen Z wars. That's why when she was abducted, we had to make sure that we were there as well. So everyone really came out for us Kenyans during the Gen Z movement. That's why I'm insisting on the regional and grassroots mobilization. Like East Africans, we really need to unite through protests, social media campaigns, as we've seen, and what is happening and hanging up with in solidarity for our brother, and also petitions. Yeah, as we're doing a petition to pressure governments into respecting human rights. So someone mentioned why the regional and international bodies do not react to such cases, and that was one of my points actually. Like Kenyan lawyers and human rights organization in general and in East Africa should file a case in court challenging the violation of Kenyan sovereignty and international human laws. So regional and international bodies such as East African Court of Justice and the African Commission on Human Rights, People's Rights should be engaged to demand accountability. What they usually do is just be concerned. Anything that happens, they're just always concerned. So we need to pressure them to start. Thank you.
Anifa, we lose you. Umepotea. Mtu amekupigia simu. Okay, before welcome Abdi, I see Wanjiru. Wanjiru is here. Wanjiru can say something. Kwanza, if you have a mic, you can up. Juliana, you can take a mic. But Wanjiru, go ahead before Abdi. Then I see MP Award. She's also here. Wanjiru,
Thank you so much, Hilary. Good evening to you and good evening to everyone else.
good evening.
Thank you. Yeah, I just came to the space because I also stand with the solidarity with our brothers in Uganda, and specifically for Kizza Besigye because he was abducted in Kenya, and which is a very bad thing to happen, and it's part of the movement I have started, or I have already started speaking about, the diplomacy ties. I think we're going to lose our credibility very soon. We are losing our credibility as Kenyans very, very soon with how our president, actually, Ruto, is handling the diplomatic ties between Kenya and the neighboring communities or the neighboring countries. To be more specific, the abduction of Kizza Besigye in Nairobi and taken to a military, I don't know, whatever, in Uganda, and now he's charged of treason. We talk about the abduction that our sister Maria suffered for a few hours, in Nairobi. This is, we talk about the deportation of our brothers from Turkey. There are 4 of them. They were deported back to Turkey when they had sought asylum in Kenya. We are seeing a nation where a lot of diplomacy ties that Ruto is making sure that our country is going to the dark. If we talk about Sudan, we are seeing what's happened last evening. We had like the parallel thing on Sudan with the LSF, which is not a good picture that is being painted on our country. When you talk about Congo, we can see Ruto, instead of calling Macron and just saying, I called Macron, this happened, Our diplomacy and our diplomatic ties as a nation is literally going on the drain. As much as we are saying we have to vote well, we have to do civic education, we have to do this, we have to realize that before we do everything that this is going to happen, we will be sanctioned by the states, we'll be sanctioned by the European Union, we'll be sanctioned by the UN, I don't know. Our country is going to look like Uganda very soon. or it's already looking like Uganda. We have had the UDA MPs going to Uganda for a crash course on how to be dictators from Museveni, which is it's an idea which I don't want to entertain as much, because this is how we're going to land as a nation in a very bad situation if Ruto or Museveni continue being on power. I think we have an idea of Pan-Africanism. The idea is we have to combine our efforts from Tanzania, from Uganda, from Kenya, from Rwanda or Burundi. We have to actually combine our efforts and liberate our nation from the dictatorship, more specific from Museveni, getting that he's been on power for 40 years, or I don't know, 34 to 40 years. I can't remember how long, but it's been out of years when he's been a dictator. Coming from him, and he's making sure the East Africa is under him. Everyone else has to go under Museveni. He's making sure any of his resistance, they either get killed, they either get abducted. That's how he's been ruling. And Ruto has been in power for 2 months or 2 years, 3 years now. And the same thing has happened, the abduction, the killings, the diplomacy ties, the what, And this has only been 3 years of Ruto being a president under Museveni's council. I would say under Museveni's council, because I'm pretty sure the UDA MPs went to Museveni or to Kampala for that specific reason. We have to liberate our nation before everything else. We are going to turn into Sudan very soon. We are going to turn into Chad, or we are going to turn into Libya very soon if we don't act now. Our diplomacy, our diplomatic ties are done. Our human rights, we can't even talk about human rights because we have people actually being abducted in our country. So Hillary, bye.
Thank you. Thank you so
Let
much.
me just run.
Yeah, thank you for joining, and I would really appreciate it. For those who are joining, you can see there we're true to the power, and we are talking not only Uganda, but also what is happening in Tanzania, what's happening in Kenya, East Africa countries, and other regions. What is happening even in Congo at the moment? It is so unhuman. And these are the things that we must be here to amplify our voices around this. And somebody says this. Let me read this one before I give Abdi. Abdi, I hope you want to ask a question, but it's okay. Somebody says this. One thing, and my prayer for Museveni's son, Muozi never take over power for his father. East Africa can coexist in peace. Uh, we have had that, and we know there's a plan that after Museveni, the son to take the power. These are the things that we need to run to. It is not one family power. This thing is for everybody. Even us, we can win that power. So these are the things that we are talking about. That let us stand firm. Let us come out and let these people. If Stella said this so well, they have guns, but we have the people. The people is the power. They cannot kill all of us. Abdi, go ahead.
Thank you. Hillary, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. I want to echo Stella's sentiment on the number one, on the East Africa diaspora. I think we have a responsibility. I think we may be far from home, but our heart beats with the same hope for freedom and justice, I think it is our duty to amplify those voices, to shine a light on darkness that dictates and tries to hide. We must use every platform, I think, and every conversation and every opportunity to demand for justice. Our solidarity can break through the chains of oppression. But I think words alone are not enough. I think it's time for action. I think we must organize and support those in the front line of this struggle. We must raise awareness, lobby international institutions, provide moral and material support for movements fighting for democracy. We need to empower the youth and embolden activists and inspire courage in those who are afraid to speak out, I think. History teaches that dictators do not crumble on their own weight. I think they fall under the weight of the people's power. Let this be the moment. Let's rise together. Ugandan and Africans in diaspora in defiance of injustice. I think our courage will inspire those at home, our solidarity will strengthen their resolve, and our unity will be the foundation of a new dawn. I think the time is now. Having said that, I will pose a question to Hussein in regards to the role of the international communities and diplomatic pressure. I think this has been coming out. I would like to know from the panel, what are the roles of the international community? As many people asked, the AU and the diplomatic corps, are current diplomatic efforts effective, or are they enabling impunity? I think, and then my second question now goes to, should economic sanctions or travel ban be imposed on those who are violating human rights in the region? The other thing also we have seen, there is allegations of extrajudicial killing and disappearances in East Africa, both Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. Is the International Court, ICC, a viable avenue for justice? Should we have an independent investigation conducted in these incidents? And the other thing is about that is now coming up in East Africa is the surveillance on social media and digital rights violation that is going on. What are we doing about this? This and what international cyber laws are being violated in this case? Thank you.
Asante sana Abdi. Hussein, can you pick it up from there? Then empty hot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So yes, I belong to the school of thought that we ourselves are the ones we've been waiting for, and we must carry the heavy load in changing our countries, in bringing democracy to East Africa. I totally understand and totally agree that yes, we need to push the international community to also play a role, because the world we live in today is a global village. So we must find ways of bringing
Sorry,
together.
sorry, Abdi, can you mute your mic? Sorry.
No, okay. Abdi, okay. Hussein, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so we need to find ways of bringing allies together so that they can support the democratization of our countries, of our region. I'm totally for that, but I do believe that we need to do the bulk of the work. We need to do much of the pushing. We need to mobilize our communities. As Stella said, we must work on fear. We must tell our people that when we lose our fear, they lose their power. That should be the driving force behind everything that we do. But yes, when we look at what's happening globally, we can't run away from the fact that we have these international entities, even in our region. But the problem is that in many of these institutions, even if you look at it at the global stage, most of them are state-run. So you can come and talk to Kenyans about the East African Legislative Assembly and say, what are the members of parliament in EALA doing about the situation in East Africa? But you'll see that majority of those members of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly are actually have been seconded to those positions by the state parties. So it becomes extremely difficult for them to say anything against the government of the day. If you look at the AU is made up of state parties. These are governments that have come together. So if we rely on particularly regional institutions, maybe the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has a history of standing up with the people, of calling out rogue regimes, of furthering human rights and democracy in many countries. But at the end of the day, it boils down to the people themselves. We need to stop agonizing and complaining and start organizing and planning. I think that becomes key for me. So protests like what we will see tomorrow, we need to keep supporting those who are behind it, whether it's Amnesty International, the International Commission of Jurists, and others who have organized for this. The more we come out, the more we speak out against the dictators. I was just seeing another tweet, someone calling Muhoozi the supreme leader. We are going back so many years, like how are we even allowing ourselves to stoop this low? as a people, as a region. So for me, at the end of the day, yes, we definitely have to look at what's happening at the international scene. We need, as I said, for me, try out these institutions, including our judiciary. I know my brother has talked about, mainly working on civic education and civil action, but we must explore every opportunity that presents itself to us. We should have as many as possible who are ready to work in whichever way, and we shouldn't just zero down on the usual culprits, civil society, and all that. One of the things that's making tomorrow's protest very powerful is the fact that KMPDU is joining the protest. KMPDU is Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, and they are saying that Kiza Besige is a medical doctor, not a PhD holder only. I mean, not a PhD doctor, but a medical doctor who serves the people, who has been there treating others. So as doctors, they want to stand in solidarity. And I think for me, the moment we start seeing doctors coming in, the moment we start seeing engineers coming in, we start seeing mechanics, even the informal settlement, people getting agitated by what is happening, and not just the quote unquote usual suspects, the Hussein Khalids and the Maria Sehai. If we can get more, even mothers, as Stella has said, even just, the witch doctors of East Africa, even coming out and saying we are going to join that protest, that is when we will be able to bring change to this region. And I encourage people to reach out to anyone and everyone. So the international community, yes, and everyone else to be involved so that we can finally bring lasting solutions to the problems that we are faced with.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You said. Yes, George, as you go in. I want to say, Hussein, umesema hata wachawi waungane na sisi tuende kwa barabara.
It's us all against them, yes.
Okay, George, go ahead. Give a period and Dr. Ahmed.
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Shortly before we have in Agatha, Benjamin, and MP Yoshi, I would want you to paint for us a clear picture what we should expect tomorrow. Most of those who want to participate in the protest in Kenya. I saw you giving how it's going to start. There is a march to the National Assembly and then the High Commission of Uganda. Could you clarify on that?
Yes, indeed. And I see my brother Roland Ebole is here. He is basically one of those who are taking lead in the protest. If you may allow him to speak, because we belong to the same group, but I would rather that he speaks more because he's also been behind the petition and, getting signatures and everything. So kindly, I would request that you allow Roland Ebole of Amnesty East Africa, I believe, to shed more light on that.
Okay, Hussein. I hear you. You will be coming. You will coming on a speaker.
Yes.
So,
just let me
yes,
clarify.
George.
We're still facing some technical challenge on adding speakers, but let me reach out to Roland. But tentatively, let's have Agatha from Uganda joining us. Agatha, are you there?
Hi, George. Yes, I am here. Good evening to you and to the listeners here. I am happy to be here. I'd taken a break from X. We had agreed that you remind me to install it for this space, but you didn't, so I had forgotten. That's why I missed 30 minutes of it, but I'm glad to be here. And I am here to just say how oh, I should first tell you why I had taken a break and uninstalled Twitter. I am so depressed. Everything happening in this country and in East Africa is so depressing. When we had Idi Amin in the 1970s in this country, many Ugandans went to Tanzania and to Kenya. Now, when you see what has happened, that even Besigye, for whose freedom we are fighting for now, was abducted from Kenya. When you look at the 36 people that were abducted before him, when you look at what almost happened with Maria not long ago also, your worries become more, like your heartache becomes worse than it was. That it's like a regional curse that we are trying to deal with.
And this brings me to the next thing I wanted to say that I felt compelled to say on this space. You, guys that are here from Kenya, from Tanzania, you don't know how much I appreciate this sort of cross-border collaboration and solidarity. I think that we do not have the courage that the Kenyans have, and that has a cause. It has a history that has made Ugandans that way. You can't live under the same regime for 40 years, and a regime that thrives on fear, because from the start it has instilled this fear in Ugandans for 40 years. That's going to have an effect. It's going to have an effect that you can't even undo in a day, in a month, in a year. It must be something that will take generations to undo. So me, to see Maria here, to see Hanifa, to see Hussein, I think among the three, I've met only Hussein. We sat and were talking about Kenya's situation when I was last in Nairobi. To see Hillary, to see everyone that is rallying up against what's happening in Uganda. But in turn, of course, that is going to, it's not just going to be what's happening in Uganda, it's going to be a lesson to the dictators we are having in the region that, yeah, the people of East Africa, if you are collaborating on how to oppress us, we are going to also collaborate on how to fight back. We are going to work together on how to fight back. It's very, it really moves my heart so much. We saw when Maria, the attempted abduction of Maria, there was all this hashtag that people moved both in Uganda and in Kenya. I am sure more than in Tanzania, where she comes from. When there were Boniface Mangi was abducted, there was, a lot that happened with Ugandans calling for his release. And for me, I think that these dictators have triggered something in us that I like, that we are going to work together and make sure that we liberate East Africa from this. And it's not really something I take for granted. So I said, let me switch off Twitter, I think Friday morning, because I was really feeling a bit depressive. And it never helps because people will still send you screenshots. So I've been receiving screenshots of what Mhozi Kainerugaba, who is the CDF of this country, unfortunately, if Kainerugaba was tweeting as an ordinary citizen, so as even a privileged, spoiled brat first son, I would have no problem. But you have a CDF, an army commander, that tweets about beheading people every day, that tweets about hanging people every day, and that's okay. And he remains an army commander. And now he's gone after the media houses. I've seen what he's written about media houses and their heads. And I am thinking that we need to rise up. I met a person in the creative industry in this country, because in Uganda you have people that will not will fear to say anything, but mostly it's because it's not my turn yet. I'm not yet affected, so I am okay. So the directive that came on Friday was about the creative industry, and they were demanding, I think it was a directive that said for people to have concerts, so whatever it is, you have to get permission from the Uganda Communications Commission. And we all know, who live in this country, know what that means, that it won't be UCC giving you that permission. It would be waiting from the order from above. So I meet this guy and he says, you know what, Agatha, now I would like you to use me. You are the expert in rallying people for this cause, and I have a small voice, I have a small platform. Tell me what you need me to do. And that's what I did last weekend after seeing how Besige looked like. I sent messages to musicians that that are known to me, and I said, use your platform, use your fan base. Let's work around this. So when I see that this is what they have triggered in us, I see a blessing in disguise, that we are suffering now. We are on the verge of a nervous breakdown, of depression, but I think something good will come out of it. To show how inspired I have been by this space, I am going to even learn Swahili because, most of the time on this space they were speaking Swahili, and it reminded me how one day I wrote to Maria and said, I can't even participate in things you're saying or doing or advocating for because they're in Swahili. And I understand that even for Maria, she will not speak English because that won't speak to her audience in Tanzania. So I'm thinking that in Uganda, the first thing we need to start with is to take this East African community seriously. We know that our leaders will never do that. And start learning a language where all of us can listen to one another and speak the same language. And I will take the first step. I think March, I'll start with those lessons. I know the basics, so I am sure it won't be hard for me to learn the rest. And I'll really talk about that enough for people to realize what that means for a united East Africa of the citizens. Me, I do not care about the dictators we have as leaders. Someone has asked me, but what is the East African community doing? I said, who cares about the East African community? We just need, as the citizens of East Africa, to have each other's backs. And I have seen this, that Besigye has been in jail and the Kenyans are doing more than Ugandans. And Ugandans for whom Besigye has sacrificed so much. I don't know if you guys know that this guy has spent the last more than 2 decades fighting. I have sat with him down and asked him, but what keeps you going? You could go home and live a comfortable life. Basically has no child to look after, has nothing. He could just go home and sleep. But for him, he would rather die knowing that he has made a contribution to this country. And I think we owe it to him that now that he's in jail, now that he's dying himself, because I think that's what depressed me mostly on Friday. Seeing Kirby like that, it really, really, it would depress me about anyone else. I've seen how depressed I would be every time I would go to the court martial to see these little known National Unity Platform supporters. Benjamin knows I would be there with him every day because he's their lawyer. And I would see their elder mothers and fathers and leave crying. But now imagine when it comes to someone you know that since maybe 1999, since his early 20s, when he went to the bush thinking that this was a liberation struggle, he sacrificed so much. And the young people of this country shouldn't keep expecting him, who is almost 70, to be the one fighting for us. We should pick a leaf from the Gen Zs in in Kenya and fight. One of the former bush war people in this government, Amanya Mshega, I remember when I asked him why he's quiet, he said, but I did my part. In my 20s and 30s, I did my part. I am now in my 70s. I have grandchildren. Please do not expect me to go and be the one throwing stones. So yeah, it's a challenge on us, on Ugandan young people, but of course working with all of you here to end this. We have a Museveni entrenched dictatorship, but it's even not half as worrying and scary as his son, as his son. The threat that his son um, has posed on democracy, on just humanity, on livelihoods and lives. I shudder. I woke up to all those screenshots and I felt like just covering myself up in bed again and not waking up. And I think it's many people that are feeling the same. And maybe instead of just wishing that I cover myself up and don't wake up, I should look for allies to do whatever we can do to make sure that the CDF that like fantasizes, all his fantasies about beheading people, cutting their noses off and all that. And yeah, I think for me the biggest source of sorrow is that we have normalized that Ugandans just keep quiet. They keep quiet. They keep quiet and continue as if everything is normal. But yeah, I'm not going to say more. I'll just say I am grateful. Ugandans are grateful to Kenyans, to you, Maria, and a few Tanzanians that are also coming to speak up against what's happening here. And I promise that I will rally Ugandans if this sort of solidarity is needed for Kenya, for Tanzania. I did that. I've done that before for Maria, for Boniface. So yeah, for me, this is what makes me think that there's light at the end of the tunnel, but there's also a blessing in every curse that we are facing right now, and I'm glad for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, George.
Thank you so much, Agatha. And indeed, the situation is quite frustrating and daunting for many people in Uganda, more so when you read the comments of the CDF. So inhuman that, they make most of us even just want to leave X. But in the very clouds of this repressiveness, we need to find the courage to kind of speak up, because in the long run, what only emboldens them is our silence and sitting back and think we are powerless. I do believe we are powerful as a people. Most importantly, when we unite and speak with one voice. Now that even we are not uniting even beyond borders and beyond tribes and beyond political parties, we're even more stronger than ever before. So it's really, really important for us to remind ourselves where our strength lies. At the end of the day, we have to fight, and we can only overcome this when we put up a good fight, and I'm sure we shall emerge victors. We've been joined by MPOT. Then after MPOT, I would love to drive the conversation back to what is being anticipated to happen tomorrow, and what we should expect and what we all need to do within our respective countries. Yes, James?
Yeah, thank you so much, George. I'm glad to be in this space. I'm glad to hear you, Maria, Council Katana, Hanifa, Gathan, Hilal, and many others, Hussein. First of all, I want to appreciate this kind of platform. Like there's a cartoon, Kenyan cartoonist who drew a cartoon of East African leaders united in abduction. I think it was drawn at the end of last year, so it's so famous in East Africa. And that shows how the leaders are united to do evil on the ordinary citizens. But then it is also important when we come as ordinary citizens to stand in solidarity against these authoritarian leaders, because we are more than them. They are just 5 leaders. We are over 100, probably over 100. 150 million in East Africa, so they can't actually. We can manage them. But I want also to bring out the impact of power. On Tuesday, there was a lot of social media outcry, and also people sending a lot of messages, sharing this content. Freak is a message, and it crossed from Uganda. It reached Kenya, reached Tanzania, and reached Africa. This kind of power actually pushed Ugandans. Some of those Ugandans who are not actually so much into this kind of political space to do more, actually to come on board. And they, like everyone in Uganda, was sharing a free message content. There was no other content on the timeline, so it was free message content. It was because Kenya came on board. Kenya has a great number of social media users and probably many influencers, big influencers. So, and if you are doing a great work, whenever there's something happening in Uganda and you join on Boniface, Maria from Tanzania and many others, there's a lot of power that we normally get. But it is something that we should understand that we have the power as ordinary citizens of East Africa to push. We have similar cases, similar problems. I was attending Hanifa, I think you had organized a civil society organization. I organized a conference in Nairobi, and as we are there, then we got information that there were some some girls, I mean, maybe women, 15 women who are discovered in a river, had been killed and all that. And then you could feel like these are the same thing that happen across East Africa. These are the same thing that happen in Uganda. You hear women are being killed. You hear politicians are missing. We have over 18 people missing. In Kenya, they have over like 20 youth that are still missing. There are so many young people that were killed during the protest. So we share same things that we have to tackle together as East Africans. So when we are here, probably it is a great opportunity for us to start this kind of movement where we can drive change across borders. When these people are kidnapping, they are free to kidnap in Kisumu. They are free to drive from Kampala, go through Busia, kidnap 36 activists, FDC activists from Busia. They are free to drive through Busia, go through Nairobi, abduct Besigye from Kilimani, bring him back to Machindi, charge him like that. So they have a lot of power. They are free to drive through Busia, abduct a South Sudan, drive him up to Juba and charge him or detain him. So they have used, for them, they don't see borders, but it's us ordinary people who see borders. So it is time right now to actually erase all these kind of physical borders and fight together as East Africans. When East Africans are fighting, civil society in Kenya is so much organized. Actually, it pisses me off that Ugandan civil society organizations are not actually standing. In Kenya, civil society organizations actually organizing this kind of citizens assembly where people meet. Actually, that's where I met Hanifa, Boni, and other people. And Kenya president, Law Society president, like you find there are people, they are all coming on board. Amnesty, Kenya, what, all you see, like all people are just concerned with what is happening in the country. And if we are to do something also in our country, Uganda, we are looking for solidarity as East Africa, but if we are to do something as Uganda also, we need to look on that. We are so much scared even, like civil society are so much into like they're hiding. They only leave these are young ordinary people to go maybe to push, and where we need them to come on board, they don't come. So Kenya also has that kind of advantage that for them, the civil society organization, Amnesty, all those Kenya Law Society, you'll see Faith Odhiambo on the platform everywhere with these young people. But for us, this is something that we need. So I encourage East Africans, please let us continue with this kind of engagement. Let us continue to push together. Where there is a cause always in East Africa, please let us all join together and stand in solidarity, push it, and this is what is going to empower other East Africans to come on board. I wish to appreciate George and other people for hosting us in this space, and probably let's continue pushing until we get our freedom back. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, James. It's been a pleasure having you here and make a great contribution to call upon solidarity within the East African region. Abdi, I know you do have a question, and I'm going to bring you in shortly before we can have Tribeless. To all our dear esteemed listeners, we're still faced with a technical challenge of adding more speakers as we'd really love to. However, for those with any specific questions to different speakers, kindly put them in the comment sections. And Hussein, you'll forgive me, but I'll have to run back to you after having Tribeless in relation to the activities tomorrow because I failed to find the person you recommended. Abdi, shortly.
Okay, I can go. Maybe my question is back to Hussein again on in regards to the legal and the human right advocacy aspect. And my question is, can we pursue a legal action? Is there a possibility to file a case at the East African Court of Justice to challenge the legality of these abductions and demand release of political prisoners like Besigye? Also, to collaborate with international human rights organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watchdog to highlight the violation of the rights of these people. And the other thing I want to know is about to request international human rights observers to monitor the situation of these political prisoners and their conditions and whereabouts. And maybe the possibility to engage a UN special rapporteur on human rights defender to intervene and provide protective measures. Thank you. Over to you, Hussein.
Hussein, yes.
Yes, Hussein.
Or maybe his name. Let Dr. Ahmed go ahead and follow up with Hussein, right?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for allowing me this chance. Such a great discussion. I really want to congratulate those who are behind the scenes and managing such meetings. We'll make sure we attend. I'm coming to you from Sudan, the country that is suffering a devastating war that left destruction. I used to live in the capital city of Khartoum, and I was in Sudan when the war erupted. We had to escape the back way to Egypt. It took us 5 days. It's usually a journey of less than 16 hours. And I managed to get my mum before she passed away in Egypt out of Sudan. It's devastating. My story is nothing to the devastation of what the Sudanese people are going through. It's the 2 points that I want to add, and hopefully it will make some sort of sense to the topic of the discussion today, is what I call authoritarianism by proxy. It's a government or a leadership of any African country that oppresses its own people for the gain of particular group in the government or particular entity in the government, and that's usually fueled by another country. I think this is something that should be exposed, discussed, and it's part of the fight of stopping the authoritarianism in general in Africa. Such regimes that we have in Africa, usually they get a backup, they get support from outside. And in our case in Sudan, just to lightly touch on it, unfortunately, one of the richest countries in the world is leading the war in Sudan, the United Arab Emirates, with its own money. We don't have the money like the UAE to fight back, but we have the people to fight back. And it's hard. And with that, having knowledge about what's going on and who's trying to impose a particular head of state that works like a frame or a puppet for their their own game. It's a new type of let's use the word colonization. It's a new type of colonization of Africa, and it's coming unfortunately in different shapes and forms. And one way to make sure this project of colonization succeeds is to oppress the people and shut their mouth and about every rejection, and make sure that the people do not know what's going on, and they just make the population worried about day-to-day living and how to survive, having the basics of living. And I think that the second point I want to make is that the more knowledge that the people have in Africa about their rights, the bigger the fight, the bigger the ability of making true change in real life. I think as we continue discussing such changes that are crucial to our life, we need to make sure that we spread the word and spread the awareness to the broader communities of Africa. And maybe we come together in the same. It's not a one country fight, it's all of us fight. And I think working together definitely is a stronger and faster way to make true change in real life. I would like to thank you again, guys, and hopefully we'll be meeting more and more. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. I was saying previously, before Dr. came in, there was a question posed to you. I do not know if you're able to respond to that now.
You mean to me directly?
No, I mean Hussein.
All right, thank you.
Okay, as we have Hussein good on shortly, I'm going to go and read through the comment sections as before we get back to the speakers. There is a comment from Angela Nampewo. She says, "We underestimate ourselves. There is so much we all can do. I've seen IT specialists making a huge contribution, security experts, CSOs, doctors, lawyers, and all. As the media will continue to document what is going on, and because that is our strength to shine a light on the situation." And she makes a very important point. We need the media to put to light what's happening within the East African region for the entire world to see. Mugisha Hafizu comments and says, "We need a united East African diaspora to fight for our region through protests, demonstrations, and strategic meetings." We have a comment from Anena Ann, who says, "Ugandans silent with depression. Evidence is only on the daily activities people speak in fear. What worsens the old tales of post-wars that our elders, grandparents instill fear. But we all know we can only win this war when we are fearless." I'm trying to go through a few comments. Mugumia Sam says, "Thank you for organizing this solidarity space. I'm a victim of reditioning. It is encouraging that a coalition of conscious citizens is beginning to crystallize to challenge despotism in our region. We have the highest number of failed or failing states in the world." Amos Filmon says, "The governments of many nations has lost the sense of direction and their sense of purpose." Masese Kemunche says, "The international community may help us. Yes, right now it is the citizens of East Africa that must emancipate themselves." And then Meshach Shalom says, "It's really painful seeing a hero whom his only mistake is to add air to rule of law. It shall be okay anyway. Until when, sincerely, people like Museveni was power their birthright to subject us into all this." Eliakim Kapson Atumanya says, "Civic education is key, and I agree with you." Please continue sending in your questions and comments in the comment section. Let's get back to the speakers. I think one of our hosts has dropped. That is Hillary. Tribeless.
Thank you so much, George, and fellow Kenyans, fellow East African citizens for such a wonderful space. For me, I first want to reiterate that we need to come out and fight for. We need to come out and fight for democracy and good governance, because it's very worrying, George, that if you go to X and other social media spaces, a chief of defense forces is tweeting and unpalatable words, telling people how he wants to castrate And this is a chief of defense forces. This is the most sensitive organization in the country. This is the military. And it's telling us how he wants to castrate Kizza Besigye and the rest. And his father, the head of state, is just quiet. His father is quiet and is keeping quiet, and his mom. What does that tell you? Silence means he is endorsing what his son is saying. You know, the other time when his son threatened to attack Nairobi, he came out and spoke. When now his son is reigning terror, with a lot of impunity, you know, he's very quiet. And I want to tell fellow Kenyans as well, because I see when you read the comment section of the posts from Muhozi, you see Kenyans there saying, "Oh, this can only happen in Uganda and not Kenya." Listen, this is also happening in Kenya. We have to come out. We have to join the march. Why? Because now if you look at our country now, look at what's happening. A rebel movement is coming to sign a charter to form a parallel government in our own country. Surely, a rebel movement that is being accused, in fact, it's being called a militia. We are hosting a militia in Kenya. The militia goes ahead to use our national strategic assets, the KICC, to sign charters, to form parallel governments. Surely, it is very, very, very shameful. Today, it's I can't describe how we Kenyans are feeling. Personally, I can't describe how I'm feeling, because watching the images and people bursting into songs and laughter, enjoying, forming a rebel movement, government, of Sudan in our own home soil. Surely that's the lowest we can fall as a country. That is the lowest. So as we bash Muhozi and Uganda, we are in the same basket. And probably we are at we are worse than Uganda, because I don't think Museveni would ever allow that to happen in this country. And these are some of the diplomatic mishaps that cost Kenya. Yes, it's the truth of the matter. It's high time we admit that even in the last AUC elections, we know the truth of the matter is the political class might try to divert the attention and run away from facts. But we know the fact that Kenya lost that seat, not because the candidate was weak. The candidate might have been we Kenyans, personally included. We may not have preferred him, but the truth of the matter is we lost that vote because we have a democratic, diplomatically immature president who does not know how to handle affairs. So for me, how Kizza Besigye was arrested, that was the highest form, in fact, not arrested, abducted. That was the highest form of impunity. And then we have a PS for foreign affairs who speaks through his nose. He speaks through his nose. That gentleman has no accent. He pumps air into his nose, into his vocal cords, and some fun sounds come out. He has no accent at all. And we have no respect for him because he came out to tell us, oh, we are sorry, blah, 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 blah. Listen. Besigye is in prison, courtesy of Kenya. We should have done a lot to protect Kizza Besigye. We failed Kizza Besigye. It's very painful that he sought protection from our land, only for us to hand him over to those who are going to hang him. Now you're looking at Besigye. How do you think the international community look at us? It's very shameful. The other day I was walking in the streets of Liverpool, and somebody was asking me, a friend of mine was asking me from Ghana. And one thing, George, we think as Kenyans, we think that these things are just local. They are not. Nowadays, the internet and the social media is global. You know, everybody knows what's happening in Kenya. Everybody knows. And I want to challenge Ugandans, Kenyans, and colleagues from Tanzania. We have to come out. We have to join the march, because if we just run without taking action, we will not also be heading anywhere. We can come to the space here, rant and get through logistics, through whatever means we can. Like what we did in the June 2024, demonstrations, where we were largely successful. So for me, I think, and I think also, George, if I saw the a response, I think last week or so, from the president of Uganda, and it was because of pressure. You know, including demonstrations on social media and everything. And you know, we need such pressure. So tomorrow being at 24th, maandamano, we need to come out, stand with Besigye. We know Besigye hasn't done anything wrong, but the people who want his head are determined to get it. And let me land by saying this. I don't really think that Uganda courts will hand Kizza Besigye justice. There is nothing like fair trial there. There is absolutely nothing like fair trial. I don't think so. I saw how Museveni spoke. That Museveni has captured, or I'm pretty sure those judges in the evening, they report to him. I'm pretty sure. And don't be surprised if Besigye is jailed. Don't be surprised. So if we don't come out tomorrow and this week to put pressure on the government, because those judges are also appointed by Museveni, Besigye might end up dying in jail. So me, I want to finish by calling upon everybody. Let's come out. Let's protect the East African community. Let's protect. Let's stand in solidarity with Tanzania, with Uganda, and with Kenya, because we are all in the same basket. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joho Hassan, for those great remarks. And truly, like you say, there is great lack of judicial independence in Uganda. And even when you are trying to pursue the justice for Dr. Kizza Besigye within the civilian courts do not expect any amount of justice to come out of them. But nonetheless, we have to keep going. So shortly before I come to you, Madani Anyati, I want to first get back to Hussein. Hussein, let me hope you're there right now. Hussein? Okay, for now, let's have Madani come in as I try to reach out to Hussein, because we wanted to get more details about tomorrow's protest and how we can mobilize online and have more people join in physically tomorrow in Kenya. After that, Hillary will pick up the mic and you can carry on with the conversation.
Thank you very much, George, for the opportunity. And thank you very much for the platform that you provide for not just East African, for all of us as African, to speak about justice and human rights in the political agony that we are facing with some of these actions that we see happens from some of our leaders towards the citizens that we all see, that represent not just their people, but actually wants to speak freely in their own country through democracy and the rule of law. And that's something that we have been missing a lot. And I think the platform is reviving, if I could say from what I've heard so far, the principles of Pan-Africanism. That's my own opinion. And I believe what happened to Dr. Kaza is absolutely unacceptable by the Kenyan. To Dr. Kaza is absolutely unacceptable by the Kenyan authorities, where political justice and human rights were absent, and they just took the man and decided to silence him. And for me, as a person from Sudan, and I thank my colleague Dr. Ahmed as well, who spoke before me about what's happening. Honestly, in the situation with Kenya and the human rights and trying to um, cement these principles. Like to say one thing, you all have been following the news, and you have all have been reading and looking at what's happening in social media about what Kenya have done in Sudan regarding, and I'll make the topic definitely within the context of human rights. Nothing else. I'm not going to expose it as politically, because I believe most of us over here are aware of what's going on, and we can definitely use our mind to comprehend and understand what's going on. The Kenyan government, Ruto, decided to host the RSF militant group, which is a group that was designated by Washington, D.C., the hegemon in the international community, as a genocidal group, in a contradicting move. While we look at Dr. Kaza, he was extradited to Uganda for his wrongdoing. But at the same time, violating human rights, as they say, political justice and human rights. When we look at uh, um, uh, RSF group, militant group, they are welcoming them. They have killed more than 150,000 souls in Sudan. They have committed atrocities that is actually mounting, as you know, uh, ICC indicated, not just genocide. It's unbelievable violation of IHL, international human rights laws. And I would like to take this opportunity and ask you all together. This is probably the first time that we sit down and we talk in an actual platform where African can exchange their points of views. People of Sudan, and I'll say that briefly. I don't want to take much of a time. We are peaceful, as everybody knows us. We don't basically go and attack or mingle in other people's business or other countries' sovereign states, and try to shift or change their presence or how they govern their country. What happened in Kenya today, it was a huge violation of human rights laws and a huge violations of state sovereignty according to international laws. And I would like to say, from day on today, from today going on forward, we would like to see if we can participate each other in, exchanging these views and try to hold these people who are basically, and I would say leaders, are trying to sell Africa and African land and African voices to the highest bidder, and to stop them. Use these platforms and these opportunities to expose them for who they are. As what Kenya it to the doctor today and what they did into Sudan, to the people of Sudan, absolutely horrific, and we should all stand against this. Platforms like these will provide us with, I think, or I hope that these platforms should continue so we can expose those people and we can be free and learn how to speak and learn how to implement the rules of democracy in our own, not just countries, but in all Africa, as we are good people and we deserve to have a good political, democratical, and protected human rights laws altogether. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll now be listening and definitely re-participating if I have to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And we really like that voice. And actually, that's why we're here. Dr. Morgan, I see you. But James, you want to say something before Dr. Morgan? Morgan? MP.
Oh
I
yes,
see your
thank you
hand.
so much, Hilary. I want to thank yes, I want to thank Madan for his submission. I want to react to the previous to the two previous speakers. One of the most important thing to actually put Kenya on task is to explain to us why they allowed M23 to regroup in Kenya last time, and none of them were arrested or kidnapped back to given to the government of Kenya, or given it to the government of Congo. And after regrouping, they went and destabilized Eastern Congo. Up to this situation, you know. So first they regrouped in Kenya. You saw that meeting. And then after that regrouping, they went and destabilized Eastern Congo. But no, none of them were kidnapped. None of them were given back to the government of Congo. Same thing happened today with RSF. General Amete organizing this regrouping in Sudan, in Nairobi. KIC, but none of them has been kidnapped or be given back to the government of Sudan. That means there is a double standard with the government of Kenya. Probably they choose who to kidnap and they choose who to let do the illegalities in their country. We know that, as Madan said, RSF has been blacklisted and maybe sanctioned by the international committee, including United Nations and European Union. So they couldn't have any ground to organize something official in a country like Kenya. But of course, even respecting international laws, Kenya wouldn't have accepted to have this kind of meetings where the people meeting have been gazetted as people that perpetrate genocide in Sudan. So when we look at all this, we stand in solidarity with people, with our friends, with our brothers and sisters in Sudan, and we probably wish to push this kind of fight to Africa so that we can highlight the problem that you are going through. As East Africans, we continue to push the government of Kenya. We continue to push the government of Kenya, the government of Ruto, to explain to us why they kidnap people, why they kidnap some people and leave others who are actually more criminal than others. Because Dr. Besigye was just there for a meeting, just a launching of a book, which was not actually a meeting of a rebel group. But unfortunately, it was kidnapped and allowed to be repatriated to Uganda against his rights and freedom. So government of Kenya should be held responsible by all East Africans for the crimes that they are committing on some few citizens of East Africa. And the same thing, that the government of Uganda should be held responsible for for abducting people across their borders, which is against the international law. So thank you so much, Hillary.
Thank you so much, MP, for that. And Madani, thank you so much. Somebody is saying that you close your inbox. So I think they will ask you maybe specific questions, so you can open it at this moment. Nyati, I saw your hand. Go ahead. And everybody who has joining, you can ask Mike, and if you have a question, you can text it down there. I'll read it going forward. Nyati.
Hi, brother. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really pleased to get this chance to actually speak to you guys. A lot of people in Kenya who have been part of the mainstream of the revolution have been really offering themselves up into the streets to get killed, to get abducted, and all sorts. You've seen what's been happening. I wanted to respond to MP's question and I'm sure someone else will respond as well. And this is about Besigye being abducted in Kenya. I want to assure everyone in this forum here that President Ruto's mission and ultimate goal is to get himself rich, and he will collude and join forces in cahoots with anyone else in the nation that is, in the continent that is Africa, to make sure that he trades with the enemies and the cartels of Kenya. So these RSF militias in Somalia, he's dealing with Al Shabaab. There's a charcoal trade that is going in Somalia, and what's happening in Congo is just the gold. There's a lot of hearsay and a lot of people online speaking about how he's trying to benefit himself from the gold trade that is going on in DRC, and I want to assure you that when you hear the wind, you know that the rain is about to come. And this is exactly what he's doing. And that is my answer to you, MP. I will leave it there and let others speak. I have something else to speak on later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nyati, for Kendrick. Are you here? I don't know whether I pronounce that name well. You know, some names are very difficult. In this Africa, tuko na majina magumu magumu. Stella Nyanzi. Juliana, are you in a mic? George, Juliana have a mic? I can't see it. George. Oh, maybe step out.
I'm trying to add Juliana.
All right, all right. Thank you so much. Yes, Abdi, I think you had a question, but as you said dropped, I know he's coming back. You having another question, or you have something to chime in?
No, I just wanted to chime in on the tweets from the General Mohonzi, the son of the President Yoweri Museveni. I think his tweets and represent a significant danger to Uganda. I think he says his sense of entitlement is alarming. He operates as if Uganda is his personal property. Recently, I think his declaration to audit the media houses under the direct command of the commander in chief underscores his intention to tighten his grip on power and control information. I think this move is not just about censorship, it's about silencing dissent, consolidating power, and turning the media into a state mouthpiece. I think his brazen behavior on social media, including publicly disrespecting figures like Winnie and showcasing his lack of decorum and maturity for leadership. This this is not just a matter of poor judgment, I think. It's a reflection of his authoritarian mindset, which is dangerous for any nation, let alone an already a nation grappling with dictatorship. I think for me, even his rise to the power as the chief of defense forces wasn't based on merit or competence. I think it's purely nepotic and a product of his father's desire to appease his tantrum and maintain a grip on power in Uganda. I think he inherited his position not because he earned it, but because his father influence. And this is not leadership, it's the emboldenment of a monarchy distinguished as a republic, I think. What is more concerning is open threat to eliminate anyone who poses danger to his father's rule. This isn't just a political rhetoric. It's a clear indication of his readiness to use violence to secure power. It's very saddening and very worrying trend that is going on. Thank you. Over to you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Abdi, for that. Osen, before you come in, Dr. Morgan, are you here? Because Osen, I want you to give a direction of tomorrow, what is happening tomorrow, and the question again. I think Abdi asked you. I will ask him to re ask it again. Benjamin, I see you back. Dr. Morgan, go ahead.
Hillary,
Yes, George.
shortly before we have Dr. Morgan, because Council Benjamin has told me we'll be running out shortly. I wanted to bring him and indulge him on the conversation that we've been having on the absurdity of the son of the dictator Muhoozi. Previously, for a very long time, we've been witnessing unwarranted posts on his X account, and for many that have been claimed these are just comments, but with evidence that now these comments have been followed up by action. Recently, I was amongst those who attended the prayers for Dr. Kizza Besigye at headquarters, and while living actually with Council Benjamin in his own vehicle, we had to save a lot of young supporters of NUP hide in that vehicle and quite have them evacuate from the area because there was heavy deployment of specialized military to abduct them in broad daylight. And Council Benjamin, we've seen there's been a raiding in the previous night on the headquarters of the National Unity Platform and also the School of Leadership of the National Unity Platform. And there's been a lot of vandalism, and there's been a lot of taking items that belong to the office. like computers, clothes, and so on and forth and forth. What was it like when you went back to the headquarters to supervise the damage that was caused by this raiding, and to what extent should we expect the comments of this general that is not even a general go? Because for a long time we've seen him making comments like he's going to behead Bobby Wine, he's going to behead Dr. Kizza Besigye. And, you know, we are lightly taking these things, not simply because he's the son of Museveni, but we should take them seriously by the virtue of the fact that he has been invested with powers to aid the military. And you see, if you read history, you learn that Hitler made statements that people believed he would not execute. And when he went into power, even Germans, like, they were surprised that actually he was doing things they never expected him to do. And if Muhoozi is doing this right now, is it in any case more of a coup within the government of Uganda that now he has taken over the powers of a nation with all these things he's doing? Council Katana.
Thank you very much, Comrade George. I think with the longevity comes family rule. And ours, to make matters worse, is family rule of an entrenched dictatorship, where there is a fusion between the state of Uganda and the person of General Museveni, and by extension now his son and other members of the family. So for a long time, they have got away with anything they have wanted to do. They have arrested people, they have tortured people, and nothing has happened to them. And I think that informs his outlook to life. He has this feeling of being untouchable, unlimited, and that he can do anything he wants, and he gets away with it. But to begin with the question of what we found a lot of devastation in the aftermath of the raid at both offices. They basically turned everything around. Everything down, broke doors, broke windows, destroyed computers, took them, some of them away, took away a lot of documents, took away some money for running the two offices, the school and the headquarters. Everything. Imagine small things like umbrellas, like caps, anything that bore the insignia of NUP was carried away. They went to these shops where we sell merchandise, party merchandise. Everything was carried away, from T-shirts to capes, to ties, and everything that bore the insignia of the party. But for us, this is what is expected, because in every election cycle, the regime employs a lot extreme violence to intimidate the supporters of the opponent, to cripple and paralyze the opponents. So they are at it again. It is their old script. The only difference now is that you have a chief of previously the chiefs of defense forces who were not children of Museveni could not come out to make reckless statements, but most of them were involved in politicking, but behind the scenes. This one on account of impunity and knowing that nothing can happen unless there's a change of regime, has the audacity to threaten to cut people's heads, to cut people's noses. And I think it speaks to what you have been talking about, and you have mentioned it, that Hitler, before the Holocaust, threatened to annihilate the Jewish population in Europe. And he followed through with his threat. And so we cannot take these threats lightly. There's no normal person who prides in killing people, who brags about killing people, who threatens to kill people. And so the danger now with that fusion of the state and the person and the family is that now you have a person breaking the law each and every day, and that person occupies one of the most sensitive offices in the country. Even if he does not go ahead to carry out these threats, the people he commands who are under him cannot take his comments lightly. He's inciting them to kill the opponents of his father, even if he doesn't kill them, and by extension his own opponent, since he has made it clear that he wants to be a president. Every day he's always saying it. So I think it's high time for people of Uganda to realize the political divide. Because today I saw him threatening the director of CID, that's crime investigation Criminal Investigations Department. He has previously threatened one of the ministers for criticizing him. I also see him running around now talking about Besigye and trying to minimize what to pour cold water on what Besigye is going through. The Minister for Information, Barium, and several others. So it's high time that the people of Uganda realize that this is a threat to national security, to individual liberty and the safety of citizens. And we must work in unison, regardless of where people belong politically, to stop this. Because if he has the audacity to issue the threats he's issuing and follow them through, he said he will make NUP whip. And we have been seeing him do so. Our colleague from Kenya earlier on was talking about the threat to invade Kenya. He has been threatening to invade Congo, and he talks about it proudly. And the entire government is quiet because nobody can challenge him on account of what I mentioned earlier, the fusion between the state and the family. So what is happening is clearly symptoms of a disease that has grown. We have let them get away with so much, and now we are in a critical stage. If it is a person suffering from an ailment that has not been treated, if Uganda was a person now, it would be in ICU. And that's the urgency that we need to approach these things with. It's very urgent. We cannot wait for it to get worse than where it is today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Council Katna. And the situation is really devastating, and my only hope is, as Ugandans and as East Africans, we can only pick up courage and stand our ground and speak truth to power, because with each day that passes without resistance, this dictatorship only entrenches itself. Good to have you back, Hussein. I'm trying to wind up with Hussein and Council Katna and let them go because they've been here for quite a while, and then we can have other speakers. Dr. Morgan will be coming in next. So, Hussein, earlier on there have been questions about the engagement for tomorrow, and I would want you to share with us the arrangements and preparations for people online to participate tomorrow, but also for those who could physically be available.
Okay, so I had requested that Roland Ebole speaks, but I see we're not able to add him as a speaker. So the arrangements are that people will be converging at Mamangina Street. That's outside the Nation Center tomorrow at around 10 o'clock. We are asking as many people as possible to make their way to Mamangina Street. The intention is to first march to the Kenyan Parliament. This is because we already have confirmations from a number of MPs who are ready to receive us, who are ready to receive the petition. So we will start off with marching to the Kenyan Parliament. To present the petition. The petition has been signed by organizations and individuals as well. We have been moving around Amnesty to be particular, collecting signatures of different individuals and those who just want to be there. During the day, we also hope to have some form of signing so that everyone who will be there, should they wish to sign, there will be, probably a piece of paper or a placard or something like that that people can then sign on the ground. From Parliament, of course, we will then have the march proceeding on to the Ugandan High Commission on Kenyatta Avenue. We expect to be there early after hours so that we can then hand over the petition. But that is the plan. We would like to have this for a couple of hours so that we can pile up the pressure. And just to contribute to the conversations as have been said, I might have to drop out in a few minutes. Guys, we need to continue with this movement. I think this is an excellent show of solidarity. As Kenya, Kenyans, not as Kenya, as Kenyans, we are indeed utterly ashamed by the move of our governments to, not just Uganda, but also Sudan and what is happening everywhere. It's really something that we don't, many Kenyans don't support. the position by the government, and we will continue to pile pressure on our government, and particularly those individuals who are responsible in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, in the Interior Security Docket. These individuals must be held to account, and we are working on that. We are mobilizing the Law Society of Kenya. We are mobilizing civil society organizations so that we can have some form of accountability so that such a thing does not happen again. But all said and done, as East Africans, as citizens, as communities out there, we need to now lose our fear so that we can stand up against these atrocities that are committed against our people. These heads of states, as I said earlier, are working together. We have no choice to also work together to fight this dictatorship that is, reigning fear amongst our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hussein, on clarifying on that. And I want to make a clear call for all those that are going to be available, that are going to join in physically. But also for those that can put on the pressure online so that we can have a common and united voice all together. My dear colleagues, you're honestly going to forgive me. We are still facing a great technical challenge to add as many speakers as we would want to. And I see there's so many requests. However, what I would request for anyone that would really, really want to give a comment, you could either decide to comment on the post or send a DM, and I can send you an invite to join as speaker. But for now, let's have Dr. Morgan.
Oh, Judge, please confirm if you could be hearing me. Perfect. Abdi and Hirali, I want to welcome you to Uganda. Today we seem to be having the conversation from home. If we were actually to have such a conversation physically, by now most of us would be taking in tear gas, or would be in cell. Council Benjamin would be running around to make sure we are out. Well, as East Africa and as Africa, I think we are united by the challenges. As the people that, as the perpetrators, are united by the atrocities that they commit on us. So we have no option. We have no option. We have no runway apart from uniting. We are already united by the problems we face. There is a new wave of abductions in Uganda lately, most especially that is the National Unity Platform is facing. Around 20 members from the National Unity Platform, not a week, are missing. And, you know, it is no way different from what is happening from Kenya and Tanzania. Just like I said when I was beginning, we are united by the challenges we face. And just this very week that we are concluding, we faced an attack on our offices, and it made me recall I think it is the 1872 Watergate scandal that happened, and a leader had to resign in our country if it was another person who headed the raid in our office. They would just be promoted to another office. About the tweets of the genetically modified General Muhoozi lacks. He doesn't hold the office on merit. He's just holding the office because he's a son to Museveni. If it was somebody else, he would have to hold the office on merit. He's just holding it. It is just a genetically modified office, just like he himself is. There is nothing like a raise and raise of a dictator. This is where my hope is. It is always the raise and fall. It is always the raise and fall. And this is where we people from East Africa, we people that are being oppressed, should hold our hands together from all walks of lives and hold on to this, that there is nothing like a raise and raise of a dictator. It's always a raise and fall. Dictators fall when people raise. So it is mandatory for us to raise so that these people fall. When we will raise against our fear, they are going to lose their power. And I'm very confident we are getting there very soon. As East Africa, as Africa, these conversations didn't happen 5 years ago. Twitter didn't have these spaces, but we're picking up the space, we are picking up the charge as East Africa, as Uganda. People of George's age, of my age at this moment, would be discussing football, would be discussing whose nudes leaked. But guess what? We are now thinking of how a country is being mismanaged by a family, but by not even a tribe, by just a clique of people that when we raise up together, we can, cause their end. And I want to encourage Ugandans. The rest of you will allow me to say this in Uganda. Abasiraamu bagamba nti imanyo we batemala kujjawo kintu kyogereko weeba emala nga temalira ddala kukijjawo, tutandika na kukikyawa ne tudda kukyogerako, tumaliriza okukyogerako ne tumaliriza.
Morgan, for the benefit of other listeners, try to use English.
Okay, literally translate it to English. There is an Islamic teaching that says if your iman, I think it is your heart willingness. If your heart willingness is enough, if there is something evil, if your iman is enough, remove it. If your iman is not enough to remove it, dislike it. Chichawe, dislike it. Then if it is not even enough for you to dislike, oh no. The second step is you talking about it. If there is something bad, you talk about it. The last one is disliking it. So we can start from the reverse mode. Dislike what the evil that is being perpetuated on us, then talk about it, then remove it. Through those steps, you will gain the strength to stand against this dictatorship. I want to thank you, George, for giving us. This platform. Abdi, welcome to Uganda. I hope George gets you a beautiful woman back home.
Hey, Morgan, and you still had to mention that. Anyways, Hillary, you could moderate for now as a
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Morgan. You want to give up the third wife or sixth, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Stella, Nyanzi, as you come in, let me bring Madani. Then Stella, what do you think of tomorrow? All this plan that we have tomorrow for release of not only free Besije, but even other detainees. We need to talk about them because they are also suffering for no reason. And it's so unfortunate. Yes, Madani, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the second round that you guys have given me, and I appreciate it. For tomorrow, I think, brother Hussein and the others, their effort is absolutely. I'm sure it's going to pay off. The first thing. The second thing, when I looked at some of the names over here, and I clicked on the pictures. Yeah, and as we say, as Dr. Morgan said in the Islamic teaching, we say mashallah, which is God is grace. Most of you guys over here, if not all of you, are hard working people, professional human rights protectors and activists in your own community, in your own backyard. And I'm proud to be a part of this group. And I'm not going to expand on the topic that much. The only thing I'm going to say, Brother Hussein, tomorrow when you march into the Kenyan Parliament, and as you mentioned, do not forget about us as Sudanese people who are suffering from RSF, and do not forget about our actual struggle that we are facing, and we need people like you and platforms like these to bring to the international community. Actually, let's say first to the African community, then to the international community, awareness to what's happening in Sudan and awareness to what's happening when our human rights are violated. And I'd like to take this opportunity when concluding MP and Hussein and George and Hillary. I'd like to invite you, if you could, to our one of our spaces, and definitely, I think this is going to be a beginning, start a dialogue, so we can each and every, if all of us understand what's going in our own countries, and we can have make a simple Pan-Africanism in social media, and I would definitely, Brother Hussein, Brother Hillary, and Mr. MP, and Dr. Morgan, uh, uh, if you have basically allow us the opportunity, give us the opportunity so we can discuss this and bring our problems to you so you can at least lend us your mind, speak with us and help us in our as we are all are Africans, and we're referring from human rights, external interventions, and people who wants to, as they say, in the force in the fifth generation wars and new colonialism to control our own resources through means of traitors and people who are sitting in our own countries, try to give them this opportunity. Again, Hussein, MP, Dr. Morgan, Dr. George, and the others, please allow us this opportunity, and definitely I have my colleague, my sister over here, Jamila. She is one of the Sudanese activists as well. If we decided to move forward, definitely she's going to be a very good asset and very good advocacy, not for all the Sudanese people, for Sudan and the entire East African and entire Africa. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity. Please PM me if you would like to be guest in our spaces. I would definitely appreciate that. Thank you
Thank you,
very much,
Madani.
George. Take care, sir.
Yeah, open up your mic. I think it is closed, but it's okay. Follow each other again. Is important. George had Stella up, and thank you so much, that Madani. Actually, that's what we've been doing as pressure point team. We've been doing that, and even this week, I think last week, this week on Monday, Abdi, we hosted the Ugandan on the same thing to push on the release of release of Besigye and the other detainees. And even Congo reach out. They want us to also space for them. South Africa reach out. So we are doing that, and I'm happy that now is getting somewhere, and that is a good thing. Let us join force, and that's why we're saying that we are family, and all these things that are happening across our borders affect all of us. And now we want to keep on voicing around Madani, and that is a very great thing. And we'll be happy to join the conversation. At the same time, the pressure point is trying to consolidate a team across the Africa so that we can hear her voice, and then we have a team that we can do this thing even every day, not only once a week, every day, focusing on different countries and what is happening there. So thank you so much for reminding us that. Yes, do you want to say something before Stella?
Yes, yes. I just want to say, to talk about tomorrow's protest. It's not just about Uganda, I think. I agree with the previous speaker. It is a stand for justice and freedom across Africa. I think. As we march, we carry with us the voices of not only Ugandans, but also the brave people of Sudan who continue to resist the oppression with incredible courage and resilience, I think. Their struggle is our struggle. Their fight for democracy, dignity, and justice echoes our own, I think. And the march in solidarity with the Sudanese people who have faced brutal repression yet refuse to be silenced, I think. Their spirit inspires us. It reminds us that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. I think their fight is a reminder that freedom is right, not a privilege, and no dictator can stand forever against the will of the people. I think tomorrow we will stand with our Ugandan and Sudanese and all African united against tyranny and injustice. The march to demand the immediate release of Dr. Besige, all political prisoners, the march to support the Sudanese people in their quest for just and democratic society, the march to send a message that the era of dictatorship is coming to an end and the future belongs to the people, and also the same with the diaspora. We stand in solidarity. Tomorrow we are not only marching for Uganda or Sudan, but for the dream of true and just Africa. Let's our voice rise together. Let's our unity, our strength, and our courage light the path of freedom. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Abdi, for that. Yes, Stella.
So for tomorrow, although I'll be in Germany, my heart will be beating on the streets of Nairobi. I sense strength. I send courage. I send boldness. I send unity. I send commitment to the purpose, because every foot that will be on the ground marching towards the parliament, but also marching towards the High Commission, represents very many of us oppressed East Africans, Africans, and history. Remember the history of all our colonial ancestors. We are a liberated people. Our ancestors fought for our freedom as East Africans. Our ancestors fought to establish constitutionalism and justice, the independence of the different organs of state. Our ancestors have previously beaten dictatorships using nonviolent people's protests. Mass organizing has worked before. You're going ahead of us. You're representing many of us, go with boldness. It doesn't matter if they bring the police. We are going to hold you up with prayer. If you cannot do anything but you're a person of prayer, please pray for tomorrow, pray for the future of East Africa and Africa. Pray for the comrades on the streets. Pray for the police. Pray against tear gas. Pray against all those things. But we need more than prayer. If there's a comrade you know who is available in Nairobi, there are many refugees from Uganda, from Rwanda, from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Somalia, from everywhere. There are many refugees and asylum seekers in Nairobi. Be those who can come to the streets, but also Kenyan comrades who are citizens, and also those who have permission as residents or as expats and expatriates to live in Nairobi. Please join the streets, because the more we are, the more they see who we are. But even if it's just one person, even if it's just you, Hussein, you represent all of us. You represent very many of us, and we are counting on us, and we are counting on your visibility, because unless we challenge, unless we resist, unless we step up and show them that we are fearless in the face of oppression, in the face of their guns, in the face of the threats to hang our leaders and be dead our leaders and castrate our leaders and silence our media. We need to rise up. And so tomorrow tomorrow for me is an important moment for us to stand in solidarity with each other. When it happens to Kenya, we promise we shall stand in solidarity with you. So I send you courage. I would like us to have one agreed upon, what are they called? Hashtag, those of us who are going to be online. And I'd like us to have a space where we can congregate to get updates. Of course, the media will be following you, but it would be good if people in East Africa can take leadership on organizing a space maybe one of the current organizers, maybe somebody else, where the rest of us can follow what's happening on the ground. But we send you courage. We salute all of you, and we thank you for the solidarity. I pray that this spirit will continue. And we are fearless. I think it was Comrade Hussein who said, when we lose our fear, they lose their power. This is powerful. This is powerful. We beat colonizers. We beat slavers. We are beating the military authoritarianism that is growing in East Africa and is creating a hub for itself in Kenya. Thank you very much. Viva comrades, viva. For me, my heart will be beating on those streets tomorrow. I salute you all.
Thank you so much, Stella, for But yeah, those were, we're gonna do a space. We'll try to make a space tomorrow to follow up what has been happening the day, so that our comrades can be. We know the situation. I know the media. Yeah, the media is really, really diluted. So tomorrow we'll do that as pressure point team. We're gonna do that to make sure that we follow up what is happening and all every step and confirmation. So let us keep it alive for those who will not join. Maybe be on the ground, but also we can be on air to support our team. Thank you so much. Who else want to come? I see all we want is freedom. Clinton.
Okay, thank you so much, guys, colleagues. Just on addition to other activists say, is that I guess it shouldn't always stop from handing over petitions, because this is my view. When you hand over a petition to Ugandan High Commission in Kenya, what are they going? Where are they going to report it? Because they are they are so-called supreme masters, are the ones, endangering our society, our country, promising to carry out invasions on already they have already done it. So I think the pressure should be increased to 150. That if the country like Uganda cannot adhere to respect of human rights and apply of democracy, then it's offices